What are you doing?
Okay.
I was timing it out.
You were not.
I was. I head bobbed and everything.
See what you did, Kimmy?
I didn't do
You
anything.
commented last week that we
you guys
nailed
were
it
doing
that one time.
You guys were doing a good
No,
job.
And then he did that stupid grinch smile. So Wednesday morning, you're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
51 degrees right now. Going to be 68. We had a beautiful sunny day yesterday.
Yeah, it was nice.
That's over. Cloudy today. Rain comes around 5 o'clock, and we've got rain in the forecast every day until Sunday, although we are not going to dip below 60 for a high, it looks like.
All right.
So we got that going for us.
Yeah.
I know, pretty sweet. You want to start in Batavia this morning?
Why not?
Okay, so this story begins with shoplifting.
Okay.
Around 9:30 in the morning on Saturday, police were called for a suspicious male at the Dollar General. Police say he grabbed stuff and ran out of the firing zone.
At the Dollar General.
Dollar General. No, keep in mind.
I understand.
The Dollar General is not the dollar store.
Gotcha.
The Dollar General, they sell items of all costs.
All dollars.
Yeah, you got it. Multiple dollars. So the 25-year-old man was arrested, and police say they determined when they arrested him he was homeless and living out of his car.
Okay.
Well, it turns out they were only kind of right. He did have a place where he was staying, just not legally.
So he wasn't living in his car.
No.
All right.
Police say later they spotted this man's car at a residence that, as far as they knew, was vacant.
Oh.
The house, according to police, was being remodeled. However, authorities say the man had entered the home through the back porch roof and was essentially living in this vacant house.
And so it's just empty, and he's just hanging.
And he was living in the house.
Okay.
Police say he kept going in and out through the bathroom window as not to arouse suspicion.
Yeah.
To quote the chief of police out there, quote, "We literally found his clothes in the washer and dryer."
Oh.
Wait, so it had power?
running
It was
water?
just it was remodeled.
Oh, okay.
He was just living on the second floor and
Gotcha.
sneaking in and out of it.
But the guys were coming in and working on the joint, and he's sleeping upstairs.
It's
I
what
guess
it sounds like.
if he wasn't around during the day.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean,
Pretty sweet gig.
But here's the thing: if they're just working on the first floor,
Right, you wouldn't even know.
You could just be up there because if his stuff's in the washer and the dryer, right?
Yeah.
So now this guy's in even more trouble. But this story does raise a question.
What's your question?
How hard would it be to covertly live in an empty house?
Depends. You couldn't because you're too big. You make too much noise.
Shut up.
No, but you clopping around. Yeah, you could.
What if I didn't make that noise, though?
But you can't.
The whole show would just be going.
You would need somebody like my size to be quiet. Big people can't be quiet. Just how you move.
Okay, bro, I'm way more athletic than you. I'd way easier get into a second floor window. You can't even get out of a chair.
Well, if somebody can hoist me up there, then I'm pretty quiet.
Oh, it's a two-man job now. Every time you got to, hey, Dave, come get me in my house.
But you can't. First of all, you can't exist outside your house. You need a CPAP machine just to breathe. So you'd have to bring heavy equipment, or you'd be snoring up there.
Oh, here's what I'll do. I'll tie my CPAP tube around my back.
All right.
So the CPAP machine's on my back, climb into the second floor window while you're still down there. Hey, hoist me up, hoist me up. Kimmy, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
I remember seeing a study a couple of years ago that said there were more vacant homes in America than there were homeless people in America.
Oh.
Which is an interesting thought.
Like abandoned homes.
Yeah, well, or just, was it abandoned? Maybe it was vacant. I don't know. Kimmy, if you could just.
Around here, they call them zombie houses.
Maybe it was that, but that's probably different now based on how hot the real estate market has gotten. I guess what I'm getting at.
Yeah, even the zombies are priced up.
Okay. Okay, so this is from the United Way. There are 28 vacant homes for every one person experiencing homelessness in the U.S.
Wait, there's 28 empty houses for every one homeless person?
What year was that? Does it say?
Let me find it.
Okay.
Hold on.
God damn, man.
Because it's got to be different.
You got a lot of empty houses.
It's kind of been that way for a while. And again, maybe it's not that way quite as much anymore. I guess what I'm getting at is I think we underestimate how many homes for sale and places being worked on there are.
Okay.
Where you may be able to get into a house and no one would know.
Right.
So I actually know I may be getting this wrong, but this was from somebody I know who was splitting time between here and Buffalo, and she was renting. So she had friends who owned a duplex in Buffalo. She was renting part of their house, and she said she kept hearing stuff in the attic. And they thought maybe it was a raccoon or something getting up there, so they kept having pest control come in. Turns out there was a dude living in the attic
Really?
of this house.
The whole time they were there?
They don't know how long he was there for, but he would basically like leave during the day, come back in, sneak up at night, and they found like, he had like a little space carved out in the attic that he was living in.
So there was a national story along those lines a couple years ago
Yeah.
where a woman's ex-boyfriend was living in her attic
Okay.
for like forever.
And nobody knew.
And she had no
Yeah.
idea. Same thing where she
Yeah.
was hearing scratches. She
Yeah,
thought
like
it
it
was something.
just sounded like there was something up there, but they didn't know what.
Like, what an existence, though, like living up there.
In the attic.
You got to be quiet.
Yeah.
Like, you just have to sit still the whole night.
I guess, but if you're just going there to sleep,
No rent.
Yeah, true.
All right, now listen, we're obviously not encouraging this. By the way, I do want to correct myself. The story is from the Batavia Daily News.
Yeah.
Howie wrote us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. This happened in Attica, not Batavia, and he is correct.
Okay.
The crime happened in Batavia. The story happened in Attica. The College Journal. Anyway, what I'm getting at is
by
this.
the way, the article I found from 2024.
Okay, so that's not that long ago.
Yeah, it's last year.
Holy crap. Okay, so obviously we are not encouraging people to move into
No,
homes
no,
that
no,
are
no.
not theirs. But like if there's a house for sale in your neighborhood, if there is a home being worked on,
Yeah.
how likely would you be if you were a neighbor, if you all of a sudden you saw someone going in and out of this house to tell somebody?
But you wouldn't know, right?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
You would just think that's normal.
Like you would know when a house would be sold.
Right.
If you weren't close with that neighbor, you couldn't be sure that they weren't renting their house out as like an Airbnb or something.
Or the person's doing work in there.
All of these things, like
Yeah.
the more you think this through, as crazy as this story sounds, that this guy out in the Attica, Batavia area was living on the second floor of a house that was being renovated, it might be easier than you think to pull this off.
Yeah. But you got to have the skill set.
I mean, all
And
this
you'd
guy did
have
was
to, like-
climb in a window.
Well, don't disturb
Yeah.
anything. Don't break anything. You got to be careful.
Don't break anything. What are they going to do? Take it out of my deposit?
No, you kick the window in, and they know something's going on.
I feel like you'd have to like scope out that situation for a while too, right? Like to figure out one that they're working on it, that nobody's going to notice you upstairs.
Okay.
Or figure out a way to get in.
You know what the problem is too? Let's say you're up there at night.
Yeah.
Got to take a dump. Got to take a whiz.
Yeah. Oh, in the attic, you mean?
Yeah. What do I do?
Oh, you take an attic dump.
That's going to kind of set off some alarms. So do I have to run down outside?
No, you just stick your ass out the window.
That's like medieval. That's how they did it in castles.
Yeah, but
Okay.
somebody could see you doing that,
Yeah,
like
you
another
can't
neighbor.
poo out the window. It'll run down the siding.
You take a dump in a bucket, you chuck it out the window.
Yeah,
It's
but,
gonna make a little bit of
but
noise,
wouldn't
man.
they find like random
Bucket dumps.
crap in their yard? If they
Yeah.
don't have a dog, that'd be a little suspicious.
Okay, look, I'm not saying I got
No, you have to leave. You have to get off property.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go to the bathroom and come back. It would be impossible.
Okay, no, it's not because
They
Kimmy,
would hear you going back
We
if
have-
they're in the house.
we have multiple stories, so someone must have been able to pull this off. They figured out a plan. And here's the thing: if you chuck that dump as far out as you could, I mean, what are the
Chuck a
odds?
dump.
Chuck that dog.
I mean, when I have to go to, like, I gotta go.
That's what I mean.
I got no time to be going down a trellis and out to the street.
Going down a tree. You make it sound like a child's story, but you're taking a dump. I mean, look in the Kimmy story.
Yeah.
In the story Kimmy describes, right? Like if this person was living in the attic, there is no way that every night they weren't going to the bathroom in the middle of the night. So
You'd
they
have
had to
to.
figure something out.
Well, maybe they had like a bucket or something. They'd
Ugh.
take it out during the day when
Man,
nobody's
yes.
home.
Imagine trying to get down
Pour it into
with
the
a
sewer?
sloshing bucket of whiz. You better be all over your pants
Yeah,
and
I
everything.
Oh,
don't know.
All right, look, I'm not saying that this would be an easy way to live.
No.
But I will counterpoint you right now.
Yeah.
It's hard for you to understand because you live in your wife's house. But
Take a dump I want.
folks that are
Yeah.
looking for homes right now,
Yeah.
folks that are paying mortgages with what homes cost right now, and folks that are paying rent with what rent costs right now. Like if you run the risk versus reward, and
Yeah.
again, we are not encouraging this. You shouldn't do it because you're going to get caught and you're going to get in trouble. But I would understand why someone would say, you know what? The risk of getting caught is worth the pain that I am going through to try and find a place to live.
All
Right?
right, and living rent free for a little bit.
I mean, yeah. Think of that money you could save.
I know.
You take attic dumps for 6 months, you got enough for a down payment, son. Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this story out in the Batavia, Attica area. 25-year-old man was arrested at the Dollar General after police say they caught him shoplifting at 9:30 on Saturday morning. They discovered he was living out of his car, or at least that's what they thought.
Yeah.
Until later, they saw his car in the driveway of a house that was being renovated. That was a little suspicious. So they went and checked out the house. Police say he had been living on the second floor of this renovated house, that he was climbing in through a second floor window. Police say when they got inside, they found his clothes in the washer and dryer. Would it be all right?
Yeah.
Would it be easier to get away with something like this in a town that is more or less affluent?
Oh.
So
well,
let's use Gates versus Pittsford.
All right.
Am I more likely to get caught doing something like this in Gates, or am I more likely to get caught doing something like this in Pittsford?
Well, I'm thinking like Gates is probably more working class, so nobody's around during the day.
Okay.
So that might help you.
I would also argue that the way that people snowbird that in Pittsford, folks are way less suspicious to see people going in and out of homes that they don't know. Plus, there's a lot of work that gets done on people's homes in the middle of the day.
The houses are bigger in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So you have more places to hide. With a smaller house, they're going to hear you.
So, like, it seems counterproductive, but the more money in a place, the easier it would be to pull this off?
I think so. I mean, a smaller house,
Also,
not much option.
Smaller house, not much option.
But the people inside are louder, so they wouldn't hear you.
What would that sound like if I'm sitting up in the attic and I'm living?
Did you hear that son of a bitch upstairs again? He's using a dryer.
We got more lawn dumps. You see, we got another lawn dump.
I was wearing my mass heels.
I'm also going to guess, based on stories that we have done on the show, certain neighborhoods, maybe in Pittsburgh, more likely to leave things unlocked.
Oh, good call.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
She's right.
Not locking up that shed.
Although, I don't know. Like, I grew up in Gates. We never locked the door.
Really?
I feel like
like all my West Side relatives really buttoned up in terms
really?
of locking stuff up. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it does blow my mind with, like, Pittsburgh and how wide open they leave cars and homes sometimes, right? But on counterpoint, like, when I was growing up, we didn't really have anything expensive.
Nobody wanted your crap.
But that's what I mean. Like, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Come in and take the refrigerator?
Straighten up. Fix something.
But you also had a lot of kids in and out too, so that's probably also why things were constantly open.
Yeah,
right?
but
'Cause there were people always in and out.
But I would assume it's still similar out in Gates and Greece, right? Like, it's working class people.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, those people tend to have more kids, at least statistically, unless something has changed. So, I mean, it is a little bit of a mind F that you got 28 vacant homes for every homeless person in
that's
America.
insane.
And there isn't aware to, like.
But they got to be like in dilapidated, like rough areas of like inner cities.
Well, I mean,
like Detroit.
Sure, right? But, I mean, not all of them would
No.
be. And I get that there's not, like, an easy solution to all of this. It is just weird to see that number, like, side by side.
Yeah.
Hey, homeless guy, I got 28 houses here. You can't have them.
No heat, but enjoy.
All right, we got a dynamite. Don't sneak in and live in somebody's vacant house kind of break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Hate pet.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. Is this back-to-back lady hate, Kimmy?
Yep.
Two ladies not happy with us. Back-to-back weeks. Well, 2 weeks ago, we told you a story of the police getting called for a bunch of kids throwing rocks at cars.
Yes.
But that was not what the charges ended up for. Those kids were drunk, and police say there was a woman who provided them with the alcohol.
Yeah.
That woman was arrested, and that led us down the road of parents with this prom and ball and graduation party season who decide, I'm going to let teenagers drink at my house.
You're hosting.
Yes, thinking this is the safer option.
Yeah.
Our argument was, no matter where your heart is, right, even if it's in the right place, there will always be a drunk kid you can't control, and that will get you in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a woman who heard this and disagrees with it.
She disagrees with a drunk kid?
I mean, you should always disagree with a drunk kid. Never agree with a drunk kid. She disagrees with our take.
All right.
And she also believes that she found a loophole in New York state law. She admits to doing this, where she is covered.
Oh, okay.
She will not get in trouble.
On a drunken kid loophole.
You got it.
Right.
So we'll get to that just after 8 o'clock, Hate Mail of the Week, and a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of exciting things going on with the Bills right now.
Oh, sure.
Josh Allen's getting married on Friday. Bills are back at minicamp right now.
Yeah.
This season has a ton of expectations. And then when this season is over, you are moving into a brand spanking new stadium.
Wow.
July of 2026 is what they told us.
Oh, no.
How did we not see this coming?
I know.
How did we not see this coming?
Oh,
Did you see this story yesterday?
Well, I think they really made you feel like things were progressing fast.
Well, you kind of had to sell tickets.
Well, it looks like it's almost done.
Yeah.
Shaping up.
Yeah, sure do. Turns out
Yeah.
that at least as of now, when you walk through those styles opening day of 2026, it's not going to look like it should.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. I'll see you back. The Bills the last 12, 24 months, everything's been coming up Milhouse.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you got an MVP quarterback. The season schedule is broken the way you want it to. You got great expectations, young players that are exceeding, and starting next year, opening day, a brand new stadium.
Wow.
I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I guess we should have factored this in because it always works this way.
Yeah, true.
But right now, this being the best case scenario is not great.
So have they given you an opening day?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 6:45, festival season is underway. But this weekend, with the weather, everything's nice now. Lilac Festival is always a toss-up. It really is the kickoff of festival season. It's a kickoff of ethnic festival season.
Oh, okay.
And you can make the argument this is one of the best ethnic festivals based solely on what you have to eat.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I'll go further. I think we all judge how well or how much we want to go to these ethnic festivals based on what they have to offer.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. A story yesterday, not great.
Yeah.
Not great.
What are they saying?
The new stadium in Orchard Park for the Buffalo Bills was slated to be finished by July of 2026.
So you would get the opening season. Let's go.
You would be able to play they'd be able to play their preseason games there. They'd probably, Kimmy, be able to do that scrimmage that they do in training camp in that stadium, ready to roll.
Exciting.
Yeah. And then be totally ready for opening day. Work the kinks out in preseason.
Sure.
Yeah.
A story from WGRZ in Buffalo says the stadium will now not be fully complete until December of 2026, which would be 4 months into their opening season.
So
we're almost at the end of the season.
What does fully complete mean?
Okay.
Like you
Nothing's
can't
wobbly.
use it, or like are we putting the finishing touches on this, or this is not able to be used yet?
So reports say that the fans will be allowed in the stadium in July.
Okay.
And it will be officially open for business. However, they say parts of the stadium will be,
you
and
just
I
might
quote,
not be able to go to the bathroom.
you got to take bucket dumps and talk about this out. They say a few of the items in the stadium will be incomplete.
All right.
All right.
The story says fans can expect to still see things being worked on in the first 4 months of the opening, but, quote, nothing major.
All right. So touching it up.
Yeah. So Bill's COO and Rochester guy,
Yeah.
Pete Goelli, in regards to when the stadium will be open, said, and I quote, "We have no choice but to open in July. We have no choice but to make sure this building is ready for the football team and its fans."
All right. So they're going to push to get it at least open.
Yes. So here's the thing. I mean,
Okay.
we probably should have anticipated this from the beginning.
Yeah, I thought like when they weren't going to open at all, like till like December.
No. I mean, it'll be
All
open.
right.
But I mean, when I say we should have anticipated this, nothing ever goes to schedule with
Well,
these
yeah.
major construction projects. And I guess finishing a few things after the stadium is open, it's not that big a deal.
Yeah. You don't really need goalposts.
But here's the thing. What they're predicting now
Yeah.
relies on there being no more delays.
that's what
Which
I'm
is
thinking.
yeah.
And we've got, 14 months till the stadium is scheduled to
Gonna
open?
sneak up
Yeah.
fast.
Is this now going to be like a clock watch situation?
Oh, you know it is.
All right.
And I also though worry like I wouldn't want them to rush it either, because we've seen like some new build stadiums have like these weird problems along the way, and I don't know if that's because they built it too fast or there was some things missed, but let's do it the right way, I guess, if we're gonna build it.
Well, you also can run into a weird situation. The Bills for the first time are selling PSL, personal seat
Yeah.
licenses. And again, if you're unfamiliar with those, it is a contract you sign for the right to buy your seat.
Yeah.
So, for example, your PSL costs $5,000. You give the team $5,000 for the seat, and then you now have the ability to buy tickets from them every year. It's a one-time price. Kimmy, they walked fans through that Bills experience in Buffalo.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know people that bought in.
There you go. And
Yeah.
you had people sign contracts, PSLs, based on promises they made of what the new stadium was going to look like. So I don't even know if you would be able to, let's say, cut things back if you were running up against the wall here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
So let's talk worst case scenario
Okay.
potential, all right? Let's say, because a lot of things have changed nationally, internationally, financially, since the announcement of the stadium up until now,
All right.
right? Things have gotten more expensive, labor may be harder to come by, supply chains, blah, 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 blah.
Oh yeah, the supply chain.
Let's say worst case scenario, they have some more delays, and the stadium isn't ready by opening day next year.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Oh. Well, I mean, it's not going to be open at all?
Let's say you just can't do. I mean, look, I guess that's not out of the realm of possibility. I mean, for example, here in Rochester, they built what was then Frontier Field, now Innovative Field.
Yeah.
They were supposed to open it in, 96?
Yeah, they had to delay it, right?
And yeah, they had a whole year delay before they actually moved into Frontier Field. I mean, I guess you could play another season in the Highmark they have now.
But what do you do with all those tickets, those PSLs you sold?
You just got to delay it.
Okay, but here's the other problem. No, you're right. That would be a problem.
Yeah.
People would be livid about that. You would also, Tommy, have to sell an entire stadium of tickets from the end of the season before September.
Yep.
Yeah, and you already paid that PSL?
Yeah.
So they're sitting on your money. You're not getting any benefit out of it.
Well, I mean, I guess you could argue you could push it back a year.
All right.
You know what I mean? But you're right. I would be.
Like you ponied up that money, and you're still.
Especially you took me through this whole experience, right? You sold me on it, and now I got to wait another year. What if you don't know how the team's going to be. You don't know if you're still going to be.
Yeah.
You don't know how life is going to change, I guess, in that year where maybe, I can't do that anymore or I don't want to commit like that next year.
The argument would be you signed a contract for X amount of years. So.
Oh, is that how it works?
I mean, it's your seat forever, I think.
Yeah.
Like as long as you paid for the PSL. So, I mean, look, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, people would have a right to be upset.
Oh,
I'm just
sure.
thinking like legally if they'd be covered.
Right.
I mean, I don't even know. I mean, can you host another season of football in that stadium across the
The
street?
old raggedy ass one? I mean, you could. I mean, it's still functioning.
But
Let's say the new one's almost done.
yeah,
Almost done. Couple things we don't have.
couple 2-3 things.
Yeah, and then but you can go in and you can watch the game.
Okay.
So the only thing we don't really have, we have no railings.
You would need railings.
Yeah, we have it's all done.
can't-
Everything's done. No railings.
You can't.
Just be careful. Don't lean. Watch where you're walking.
Don't lean.
No railings.
Big old sign on the stadium. No leading. I mean, I guess. Like, here's the other weird thing.
What?
I don't know if you could open the stadium across the street without demolishing the stadium they're currently in
Oh,
because of parking.
that's where the parking lot's going to
So
be?
I'm assuming they're going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume you're going to knock down the old
And
stadium.
you got to have that cool implosion on TV.
Yeah, that's going to be a sad day.
Cool to watch, though.
I've been going back and forth in my head whether or not I'm going to go to watch that.
You
'cause I'm
should
sure.
go.
Nah.
Man, that's like your home.
I think I'm going to get emotional. I don't know if I want to be a part of that.
Oh.
Like it's like when you go.
Like you want to remember it as it was.
Exactly, like why you skip somebody's wake who you care about, right? Like I
Yeah.
don't want to see him in the box. I want to remember the last time
Okay.
I
Right.
saw him. It's kind of how I feel.
I'm always been surprised watching how they do that, man. Because now they make it like a show.
yeah,
They do. They choreograph it. It's really cool to watch.
But then it's over in like 30 seconds.
No, but like Vegas, they make it like entertainment.
Yeah, but again, like it's over very quickly.
also
So-
doesn't seem healthy to be directly in
Yeah.
the path of where that wind is
Well,
blowing.
you got to
Breathing that
go
smoke.
on the other side. They know which way the wind's going.
I mean, let's not forget they built that thing in the early 70s. I don't want to know what kind of
Yeah.
materials are in that stadium.
And usually, like, somebody gets to press the button.
Wow, press the button.
You wouldn't want to press a button and blow up a building?
Wow.
That'd be kind of cool.
That brings up another question. Now, again,
Right.
they've been building the new stadium while the stadium is
Yeah.
operating, so maybe the parking lot isn't completely done and they're able to do things,
Mm-hmm.
in 2026 with the old stadium. But how fast are you able to clear that stadium out where it's ready to be imploded? Because you have to fix
Gotta
things
take
to
out-
implode it.
Do you have to take out a bunch of stuff too?
I would assume so.
Yeah, it's just a shell when it's done.
Yeah. So how long does that process take?
Oh, I bet it goes quick.
Oh,
It's like a demolition crew. They just rip the stuff out.
but it's a 80,000 seat stadium when you include all the suites and everything.
Yeah.
That's a lot of space, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you're underestimating. I know you've been there one time and you went right to your seat and sat down.
Well, I also wonder, are they going to sell those seats? Is that going to be a
Oh, yeah.
process too? Because I mean, that would take a little bit of time, right, to make sure everybody has a chance to buy their seat.
They'd be losing a fortune if
Oh,
they did.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
I've said it on the air before, and I'll say it again. I will happily, legally pay for my season ticket seat in that stadium. If you don't offer it to me, I'm taking that seat with me on that last game. You're laughing. I'm dead ass serious.
Bringing a wrench.
I will get a wrench in that stadium. I am bringing that seat is coming home with me,
Right.
whether you legally allow me to take it or whether or not you legally allow me to
I mean, they
take it.
got to sell that stuff.
I mean, they have recently with stadiums. They've
Yeah.
How crazy these fans are.
I'm with you.
They'll buy the whole damn thing.
No, you're right. You're right. The bench seats will be tough.
Oh, true.
Well, because I'm
They have
lucky.
to cut it up.
So my seats, Kimmy, they're
Seats.
Yeah, they're seats. My dad's seats that he's had since '88. It's a full bench.
Oh.
He's buying the whole thing.
I could see my dad buying the whole bench and putting
Now
it in
his
his backyard.
big old ass sits on a bench.
Yeah.
That's got to kill
Well, you
him.
don't really sit. You're kind of a
At
little.
our
No, so
age-
here's the thing. He's always had to sit. He's 6'4", and he sits in the front row.
Especially you get to be our age, you're sitting.
The only time he stands up, he had this stuffed buffalo that he put a football helmet on.
Yeah.
And he would turn around to the crowd and like hold up the buffalo like there's 80,000 people, but he's going to tell you when to cheer.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what's going. Hey, when do we cheer? I don't know. Look at that 6'4" guy with the stuffed buffalo.
Self-proclaimed hype man.
I mean, I don't want to think worst case scenario,
Which
but
is?
that the stadium,
It's
like
not ready.
when it comes July, like there's like a legitimate
Yeah.
problem. But I mean, if we take our Bills fans' hats off and our Hope hats off, I mean, it wouldn't be all that weird for that to happen. To be on such a tight timeline.
Oh, yeah.
For things to change the way that they did, and now you got these problems.
Right.
Right. So.
It's exciting, though.
Is it?
Yeah.
Not if you bought PSL.
But you don't know what you're going to get yet.
Yeah, Bills fans don't like that.
Yeah, I know. But for me, it's kind of fun.
Think about this.
Right.
And let's say, God forbid, worst case scenario, okay, we're going to play one more season in the old Highmark. People are spending a fortune on tickets to be there for the last season.
Yeah.
Remember.
Oh, then you got to,
And
yeah,
then
what do
you're
you do
like,
about
oh.
that? Well, there's nothing you can do about
No,
that.
'cause,
you
I
put
mean-
them on a secondary market.
Yes, the Bills aren't
Yeah.
making the money off it. It's people, but how? I mean, there are people that are going to be making pilgrimages home from not only all over the country,
yeah, for sure.
all over the
I already
world.
know
Yes.
some people planning which games they're coming to.
So could you imagine spending all that money only to find out they're doing one
One
more
more
year?
season.
Unless you took the Bills out of Buffalo until the stadium was ready. That would be the other option.
Where would they play?
So, like, let's say the stadium isn't fully ready to open until, or like, we can't let people in until October.
Yeah.
You go play in the Rogers Center in Toronto. You go play a couple of games in Cleveland when they're on the
Man,
road.
that would suck.
I agree with you, but other teams have had to do it. I mean, hell,
You couldn't use like their college stadium?
UB? No. It's like the
Well, when Minnesota, they used, it's probably a nicer stadium.
Big Ten.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
UB's football stadium is ranked the worst in their conference.
Oh.
It's not great. It's
Yeah.
pretty base.
Oh, it's pretty.
It's
very
just
base.
metal
Sounds-
bleachers.
Oh, it's
And I
nasty.
know you can't play in the dome either, right? Because we
They
found
don't
out
have
yeah.
NFL facilities
Yeah.
in the dome in Syracuse.
Wow.
So
You do not want that, man. Where you're bouncing around.
it would have to be Toronto.
Yeah.
And I mean, again, it's not crazy. Like, for example, what were the Oakland Athletics are playing in a minor league baseball stadium in Sacramento, and they haven't even started building their stadium in
Yeah.
Vegas yet.
Oh. Yeah, that's pretty sad.
So
Okay.
let's bring them out to Frontier Field. Have them play here. All right, let's take a break. It is one of the best ethnic celebrations in Rochester,
Oh.
and it kicks off this weekend.
Nice.
I am here to argue, Tommy, the power ranking of ethnic Rochester festivals is based solely, for the majority of people, on what food they have to
Oh,
offer.
yeah.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Not breaking news.
Yeah.
Rochester has great food. And the reason we have such great food, the diverse groups of people who live here.
Oh, it's a melting pot.
It really is. Which, also, fun fact, name of a restaurant that used to be at...
Oh, the fondue joint.
Yeah, Marketplace.
Our buddy used to work there.
Just Henrietta alone.
Yeah.
You could take your mouth on a trip around the world.
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah. But one festival kicking off this weekend, if you had to pick, may stand above all.
So you're saying this is number one?
I said may.
Food-wise.
There are people that are going to argue this is the number one.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, Tommy, we were raised as men, taught by our fathers, that if you wanted to bag yourself a lovely gal, you had to spend.
Oh, yeah.
Show it off. Flash some cash.
Yeah.
Well, there are some numbers we have in front of us that show maybe that's not the way anymore.
Oh, you don't have to spend?
In fact, not only do you not have to spend, the opposite of that is turning women on.
That's how you get your gal? Chinsing out?
Okay, I knew it. We'll get to the study, and we'll do it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
This weekend, the Greek Festival returns to Rochester.
It's a good one, man.
So kicks off at 11 a.m. on Thursday, the Greek Orthodox Church next to the Eastman House, the big shiny one.
Yeah, right downtown.
And it runs till 11 o'clock every night because you know those Greeks like to party.
They do.
But along with the Greek culture of music and dancing and saying everything louder than it has to be said, the food is what brings people out to the Greek Festival.
Yeah.
Gyro and souvlaki and spanakopita. Baklava!
I don't know if that's a Greek accent.
Baklava!
Lot of lamb. Lamb.
I love lamb.
I do, too.
I love lamb. Kimmy, you like lamb?
I think it kind of freaks me out a little bit.
Why?
Them eating a
Yeah,
lamb.
either you're in or out on lamb. There's like no middle lamb ground.
Well, it's called sheep.
Not big on lamb.
I'd say here's the thing.
Yeah.
Greek Festival, all that food is delicious.
Oh, yeah.
And it has folks from every ethnic background coming out. And Tommy, I think you can argue the success of a Rochester cultural festival relies most on what food they serve.
Yeah, the food of their roots, right?
The food of their roots.
You know what I mean?
It sounds like some lame-ass restaurant in, like, Village Gate.
Sounds like uncomfortable underwear.
All right, so with that in mind, that the food your people make determines how successful your festival is.
Yeah.
Where do Rochester's cultural festivals fall when it comes to what you get to eat?
Where the power ranking is?
Yep, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If we're thinking things like Greek Fest, Yuki Fest for Ukrainians, Oktoberfest for Germans, there's Puerto Rican Fest.
Yeah.
I think we could throw St. Patrick's Day in there.
Yeah.
All right, off the top of your head, your number one is?
Oh, the Ukrainians.
Okay.
With those pierogies? Because, you just don't get them that often.
Bro, you are 100% right. You're 100%
and
right.
Those old women just spend like hours preparing that stuff.
The more rare the food, the better the festival. Because you're right. There are a ton of Greek, Italian places. You can get sausages and pretzels for like Oktoberfest style at a bunch of
I don't know where
places.
you can get pierogies on a menu just randomly.
No.
Cabbage rolls.
Yeah.
Wraps like you can't, the meatball and the funny meatballs and stuff. Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of like a couple of old school places at Irondequoit, you're right. You got to go find that stuff.
Yeah.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
The number one power ranking for cultural festival food in Rochester is?
I mean, for me, I do enjoy Greek Fest just because it's also kind of the kickoff to summer. So you're kind of getting like that first taste of like festival food too, and the smell and everything.
What's your go-to Greek food?
What did I have last time?
Not lamb.
Sometime
Non-lamb.
Can I get you non-lamb?
some type of like chicken something.
Okay. Wow, chicken.
What downtown got me a chicken?
Not a
Pretty
lamb
cool.
person.
Wow, hey, can I get chicken? Cool.
Chicken and pita.
Chicken pita.
By the way, the same reason you pick Yuki Fest, I agree Yuki Fest is number one. I would also like to throw Puerto Rican Fest up there because you very rarely find that kind of food, right?
When I lived in Cornell, you could walk straight over there. I could eat lunch and come home.
So damn good.
It was so nice.
And what's unique about Puerto Rican Fest is no two meals you get there are the same.
Yeah.
They all taste a little bit different depending on who you're getting your stuff from. So, all right, so we can agree, you and I, that we go Ukrainian Festival, Puerto Rican Festival.
Yeah.
Why don't we have a big-ass Italian festival?
There is.
Well, they
Isn't
did.
there?
Remember, they got rid of it.
Big-ass one.
Oh, is it been gone for a while?
Well, I thought there used to be one like in Irondequoit.
Yeah.
Because my ex, like they're all old Sicilians. They all went there. But that thing ended years ago.
But is it one of those things where you could kind of find that type of food everywhere? And
but they did have it. It was like in a big field.
Yeah, I mean, I remember going as a kid.
But I bet it must have just nobody went. Or
I don't think I ever remember going.
So your argument is, Kimmy, it's so easy to get good Italian food. There's no
Well,
need
and
for
everybody
Italian
has such like a personal preference on it. Maybe it's hard to like gather everybody.
But it would be a hit. If you did like a big Italian festival, like a big street
There's
festival.
got to be one we're not thinking of.
Where is it?
Is there one in a town?
WCMF.
You know, like a Little Italy, like breaks out for like a week.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, though. The Little Italy in Rochester is down the street from
Yeah,
us.
What happened?
What do you mean?
Nothing.
What do you mean what happened?
It's nothing.
What do you mean it's
It's nothing. Well, you put one portrait of Sinatra up. You think you're gonna have a line down the street?
Remember when we laughed when they put all those Italian people
Yeah.
up not from Rochester, and then we said something on the air, and all of a sudden the Italian Rochester area showed up?
No, but I think that would be a hit.
No, I agree with you, because here's the thing. The only issue with the other cultural foods, if you're someone who's a little hesitant to try something new, like that can be scary. What is spanakopita or a pastales or a chicken Kiev? I don't know why I did Latin accent on the chicken Kiev. But everyone knows chicken parm.
Yeah.
Everyone can wrap their head around pasta in a cup. Like a big-ass Italian food festival should crush here.
I mean, a lot of it's going to be like sausage and peppers, walk around.
Yeah,
food.
delicious food.
Yeah.
And you can't even make the arguments Italians won't show because they think the food's better at home. You can make that argument about Ukrainians and Greeks and Puerto Ricans.
Yeah.
Not the Germans. They seem to like to go out. You know what? We are also standing on the precipice of a potentially next big cultural festival.
Who's coming in?
Well, that's just it. I mean, we see like newer folks making their bones, I guess you could say, in Rochester.
Well, you got a big Indian population.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Indian festival. There are so many good Indian restaurants in town now. The Indian population seems to be growing in our area. Or maybe
it's great food.
Yeah, and they also seem like they know how to have a good time. They got big ass parties.
Okay.
Right? Loud costumes.
All right.
Ding 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 ding, ding. Right? Like, what's that? What's that instrument called?
Oh, that thing on their hands?
Ding ding ding.
They're like little cymbals.
No, but there's also like it goes ding ding ding.
Yeah, ding. Oh, the dingy ding.
No, you know what I mean.
I think they're coming to town. The dingy dings.
What instrument makes that noise?
I don't know.
I thought, like Tommy said, isn't it like little cymbals?
I don't think the cymbals make that. No,
they're like little cymbal
the
things.
cymbals complement the ding ding.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
I think it's like a guitar. Is it? It's not a sitar.
There might be a sitar.
No, because that goes wow 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 wow. Well, no, this is really gonna frustrate me. What the hell is that instrument called? Do you know what it sounds like?
What does it sound
Ding
like?
ding 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 ding. I would be all in on an Indian food festival.
I would too. But like I know, like my wife, like she'll eat some of it, but not all of it.
Indian food.
Yeah.
I do have to have my wife order for me when we go to.
I just eat it, man. I don't care.
Well, no, because you can get in some trouble eating stuff you don't know.
Yeah, but I don't mind. I've never had any Indian food where I go, I can't eat that.
Okay, it's not that it's not delicious.
Yeah.
It's one, I don't know if it's going to agree with me.
Yeah.
And two, the spice, it gets spicy.
I can handle spice. If you can't handle spice, it's tough.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I told you, like, my wife introduced me to Indian food. I had never had Indian food.
Oh, of course, man.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Where you get Indian food at your house?
Well, Indian food wasn't a thing.
Couldn't get American food at your house.
Indian food in Rochester was not a thing until like 20 years ago,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So like my wife, she would order the Indian food and I loved it. So I remember my wife went out of town one weekend with the kids and I'm like, I'm going to go get Indian food.
All right.
And when I walked to the restaurant, as soon as I sat down, I realized I don't know how to order this.
Oh.
So I had to be like, I was like pointing at the menu. And be like, it's green. And it's got white stuff in it.
Oh, nice.
And there was that music playing in the background.
Oh, what does it sound like?
Damn it, what is that instrument? Somebody knows it's listening.
Nobody knows what that is.
Somebody knows what that instrument is called. 252 WCMF. 252-9263. We're talking about the Greek Fest. It kicks off this weekend. Thursday runs from 11 to, I believe, 11 p.m.
Okay.
Every single night, except for Sunday. They close at 9 on Sunday. But we're talking about the power rankings of ethnic festivals. And I think for most people, the food that they offer is
big
what
draw.
Right? Okay. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Frank. Hey, Frank, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. Hey, Tommy, you've been around here long enough. You don't remember the festival tent down where Jiva Theater is?
Yeah, but that was a music tent.
No. The Italian fest that used to be there was humongous.
Oh.
It was at least.
And those
a
were
week
just
long.
the guts on the dudes.
Huh? It was great. I used to work because I grew up working in an Italian party house and restaurant. We used to work down there. It was a great place to be for a young guy.
So why don't we do it anymore, Frank?
That's a good idea. Well, the festival tent's gone.
No,
but
not there.
Yeah. Well, we should, but it was put on because there's not a lot of party houses anymore. Well, there are Italian
I'll
restaurants.
tell you why it closed, because guys like Frank were down there grabbing ass all day. They shut the joint
Oh,
down.
you know it, Tommy. You know it. I got the meatballs right here, honey.
Oh, okay, Frank, too far, buddy. Thanks for the call. Have a
No,
good
I'm
rest
sorry.
of the day. No, go home. Bye, Frank.
I love how Tommy's like, oh, he took it too far. You encourage that.
No, there is a line. There is a line we walk up to.
Encourage that.
There's a line we walk up to. And then worst thing possible out of his mouth.
So, but what Frank's talking about, like, I do see that, like, there are, like, Italian American, like, smaller festivals that happen around Rochester. And in Greece, there's one, but it doesn't seem like there's one big one.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what you need.
Yeah.
Okay, can I throw a theory out?
What's that?
Having grown up in Gates, being the only, I thought I was the only Irish person that existed until I was like 17. Is it hard for Italian business owners to get along and put something
Well,
like this
that's what
together?
I was wondering.
Is there a rivalry?
Like, maybe there's just too many people with ideas that it never came together.
Too many tempers.
Too many cooks in the literal kitchen.
Yes.
No, I'm not saying tempers.
A lot of spoons being wagged. Bang them on, hey.
Or maybe everybody just wanted to do their own thing.
That's what
like,
I
throw
mean.
Their own, every
That could
town
be.
had, their own thing
A
already.
lot of stubbornness.
Well, yeah, I mean, look,
Oh,
if
it's old school.
there are two cultures that know how to hold a grudge, it's the Irish and the Italians, right?
So maybe that's the problem.
Okay, all right. We got
You need to bring in like an Indian guy with a ding, 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 calm everybody down. Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, Danielle writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. She's guessing it's a keytar. No, the Indians didn't invent the keytar.
All right. Oh.
Ding, ding, ding. No, what is it, Kimmy? Will you Google what that instrument is?
Oh, how do you spell
All right.
Ding, 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 ding.
D-I-N-G-A. D-I-N-G-A.
They're like finger
It's not
symbols.
the symbols. The symbols go with it.
Oh, you're talking about like the background.
Ding, ding. Yes, I've been doing the noise the whole time. Okay. We got Instagram messages coming in. I got Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Costa writes us. I'm guessing he's going to be biased.
Okay.
He says, Greek Fest is the best, hands down. It's a party from beginning to end, and the Greeks welcome everyone like they're a part of our family. You have such a good time, you'll leave Greek. He's not wrong about that.
I tell you what, though, they got some of the booze that they serve at these things.
Oh, yeah.
It's that ouzo.
Oh.
So I got ripped on ouzo one night.
I
and-
got ripped on Uso.
Bro, and I wasn't around no Greeks. It wasn't a Greek for miles. I got blasted on ouzo one night.
Okay.
And I can't even smell that stuff anymore. But I think it's one of the highest octane like boozes out there.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why did you have Uzo not around Greek people?
So I was with a guy. I was hosting a fashion show in Boca, and he turned me on to it. I took a shot, and I go, that's pretty good.
You got ripped on Uzo hosting a Boca fashion show.
Yeah. And I got tortured, and it was my birthday, and I can't.
And it was my birthday.
Yes, I was making a cool $50 at this place.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of and all the Uzo you could eat.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of nominations for Carrie Fest. Have you been to Caribbean Fest?
Oh, that's got to be great.
The food there is phenomenal.
But it's got to be a lot of heavy. Is it heavy on the seafood?
No, I mean when I've gone, I've gotten like curry goat, curry
Right.
chicken. There's there is fish.
I got to figure, right?
Yeah, I got a figure.
I mean, it's got a lot of shrimp and stuff like that.
Yeah, I got a figure. Got ripped on.
That's when you know you're at a class joint. Shrimp. You get a festival with shrimp, I'm in.
I think every festival has shrimp now. Doesn't it?
Nah, I don't think the Greeks have shrimp.
They're on the water.
I know, but I don't think they do
There's
shrimp.
got to be a Greek shrimp dish.
I don't think they do. Yeah, I mean, India might do some shrimp. No shrimp for the Italians.
But you're on the water too.
They're not going to give you a scampi to walk around a cup of butter.
Bro, you got a feast of 7 fishes. You don't put the shrimp in there? What
But
are you,
that's
stupid?
Christmas.
I understand. Thank
yeah.
you.
What?
Josh writes us, Duffy on WCMF
What's
on
it called?
Instagram. Sarad is what you are looking
Sarad?
for. It looks like this thing. It's like a guitar.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that did pop
Oh.
up, but
All right.
I mean, looking at a picture of it, I can't tell.
Oh, look, I have audio over right here. You ready?
Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding.
Wow, it's so clear.
I'm going to have that song stuck in my head. all day.
Everybody is.
Sorry.
Thank
All right.
you.
Let's take a break.
All right.
So let's say, a great date would be one of these festivals.
Oh, sure.
Right? Go out, have some fun, experience new things together. You know, when we were coming up, Tommy,
Yeah.
and it's not just us, it's every man over like 30 years old, we were taught to impress a woman to send home, seal the deal, you had to spend.
You got to have a job.
Fancy dinners.
Yeah.
Right? You had to make yourself look good.
You got to woo her.
Woo.
Oh, yeah.
Turns out maybe that's not the best way anymore.
Really?
Yes, because I have a study in front of us that shows that sexy is no longer throwing cash around.
So it's not bank.
No, sexy is showing that you care about where your money goes. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This goes against everything we thought people looked for in a romantic partner.
Oh.
Tommy,
Yeah.
we were taught growing up, women wanted to be wined and dined.
You got to step up.
Fabulous gifts.
Yeah. You got to flash it.
Ladies, and ladies, aside from men, spend a fortune keeping themselves looking nice, thinking that's what we want as men.
Mm-hmm.
But,
So that's all changed.
well, look, Tommy, if this study is to be believed, you're right. That has all gone the way of the dodo.
So it's all schlubs.
Okay, I need you to be open-minded.
I am.
No,
What's that open-minded?
There is like legitimate information here
All right.
that if you listen,
Gotta listen.
you're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7:25, 7:30. Hell of an incident we are finding out about over the weekend at Eastview Mall.
Oh.
Because road rage is a bitch.
Yeah.
And it can get the best of us. But you would not expect a person in this spot of this age and this gender
Wow.
to be accused of this.
Wow.
And we'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. A company called Talker Research found in a new study
Yeah.
that frugality, saving money, is sexy.
Okay. But as a, you're not married yet.
Nope.
But you're dating.
Yes. Just frugality in general, whether you are dating, whether you are married, what you find attractive in a partner.
Coming up short.
Nearly 2/3 of Americans
Yeah.
say they find frugality attractive.
Oh, attractive.
Just over one half. You ready to watch his head explode?
Yep.
Just over one half of Americans said using a coupon on a date was perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, if you're not expecting a knob.
You got a coupon for that?
Yeah, I'll tell you what that coupon ain't good for. A late night knob. Which would be a great name for a dad cover band.
No, it wouldn't. Don't name your dad cover band Late Night Knob.
No, it's what he's hoping for.
Yeah, he ain't going to get it playing at a dad cover band.
With a coupon.
Yeah, you can't break out a coupon. If you imagine being on a first date.
What if she broke out the coupon?
First of all, I'm paying. It's first date.
I'm paying. It's the
Well,
first
what
date.
if she,
I'm a
what
man.
if she insisted, like, I got a coupon for this place?
Oh my God, I'm out.
Like, it's
So that would bother
she-
you enough.
She's lame, man.
No, so you're...
You ain't getting it.
So you don't like her trying to save you money.
No, because coupon chick ain't putting out.
You're in the...
If she got a purse full of coupons
Would
on a
be
first date,
careful what you say.
she
Yeah, bro, wait a minute. What you say about your wife all the time? Saving money and
Yeah,
you're running
but-
your mouth like this?
But I paid for all the dates.
You live in her house?
Later. That was later.
Like, it's so funny to hear you be like, yeah, I'm the man. I
know,
pay for
I
things.
know.
You're literally squatting in Pittsford in
Man,
her
a
house.
woman saving money? What a turnoff.
And it goes further.
What?
So not only do 2/3 of Americans say they find frugality attractive,
Yeah.
not only do over one half of Americans say a coupon on a date was perfectly acceptable, over 1/3 of Americans say they would be impressed
Ooh.
if a date used reward points to pay for a
Oh.
date. Not fine with, impressed. So like I got, my Red Robin points. Hey, burger, one of these burgers is
Yeah,
free.
because you got to explain that to the server, right?
Yeah.
Like in the middle of our meal, I have to break down the chintz report.
Okay, but again, they would be impressed. 1/3 of
Okay.
Americans would say, wow.
What's so impressed about that?
What's so impressed? Well, first of all, they probably speak English better than you.
Well, you know what I
What's
mean.
so impressed about that? And to wrap up the numbers I have for you,
Yeah.
one half of Americans say they are now happy to split the bill on a first date.
Wait, go Dutch.
Yep. Wooden
How-
shoes and all.
That's insane.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why are you not buying any of this?
Because I'm gonna go on a first date,
Yes.
and we're gonna split the bill, right down the middle, or like I had this, you had
We
that.
don't get that specific. I don't know.
I don't know, but it kind of ruins the atmosphere of the date. Like a first date should be like a fantasy, almost.
Hey,
Like
okay,
you know
question.
what I mean?
Are you on this first date? All
Yes.
right, well, there goes that.
Fantasy Tommy.
Fantasy Tommy? Well, you're in a coffin?
But you know what I mean, man? It just kind of waters down the whole mood.
I don't think so. I think it makes it less of a commitment. I think more casual. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but I think I would be more likely to insist on splitting it if I didn't really know where it was going.
So I get where you're coming
But,
with that.
but we're talking about a first date.
We're talking, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. It says
Like, I'm not sure if I'm fully interested yet, but we'll see
All
where
right.
this goes. So I may feel more obligated to split the bill so I don't feel as guilty about you paying for it if it's not going anywhere.
Okay, I get where you're coming with from that, Kimmy. But the way that these numbers are lined up here in this study, I think it suggests something else.
What's up?
That maybe people's priorities are changing when it comes to finances and what's attractive. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. To the people that are dating right now, do you see what we just told you? That 2/3 of Americans find frugality attractive. That just over 1/2 of Americans said using a coupon on a date was perfectly acceptable. That 1 in 3 said they'd be impressed if the date used reward points for a date. Do you see that actually happening when you're out meeting people? And do you want to be in a relationship with someone who just spends money to spend money?
All right.
Because that's what we've been taught.
Right.
Throw it around. I want you to walk through this with me.
I'm listening.
Are you ready? Tommy, we have spent all kinds of money on women.
Yes.
Money we did not have.
Oh, no, you did not.
And the goal, bless you, Kimmy,
Thank you.
was to make them think we had money
Right.
that we didn't actually have.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's hard to make a woman think you have money when no one has money, which seems to be trending in that direction right
Okay.
now. Okay? If they see you just blowing through cash, even on them, maybe there is a fear that they are getting involved with someone who is not financially responsible. We do know that money is the leading cause of divorce in America, and that was before things started getting wild. The collective experience we've had as Americans the last 5-6 years
Yeah.
may be pushing folks towards people that can do more with less.
It doesn't sound like a very fun, when you go on a date like that, like first time, first date, there's that nervous anticipation. You're excited. You don't know where this is going.
Sure.
You know, your mind's racing. It kind of like waters it all down.
Why?
It's like, hey, we're just going out to eat. You know what I mean? It's just like a night out, but it's not like fun.
Okay.
If I had to anticipate and worry about coupons and Marriott points, you know what I mean? I'm not interested.
One, I wouldn't take her to a hotel restaurant for a first date.
No, I got a lot of Marriott points.
This is a good thing.
You look like a tightwad. Like what broad wants to be with a tightwad?
1/2 of them, at least according to this study.
By the way, like hotel, like I would think you would impress somebody with like hotel flight points, things like that, because I would think like, oh, you must travel a lot. You
Okay.
must like go off and do fun things.
All right.
Why are you fighting this? This is a good thing.
I just the way I was raised, and I'm always thinking like, you know.
Well, okay,
just-
stop. Time out. I'm sorry. You say it was the way you were raised. Literally every story you tell about your
Yeah.
father makes him look like a narcissistic, misogynistic piece of crap.
Yeah, and I didn't pick up on that.
No, not at all. This is the way I was raised, from this horrible monster that I talk about all the time on the show. So what choice do I have?
But I'm also thinking like if she's like chintzy tightwad too, man, this chick ain't gonna be any fun. Like if I'm on a date with a woman,
Yeah.
and the first thing she's worried about the bill and the cost and the tip,
Yeah.
where's this going?
Sex is free, man.
Huh?
Sex is free.
Is it gonna be sex? Does she even shave?
Time out.
Like
What?
Time out.
did you groom for this date?
Why?
Or am I
I don't
getting
get, like,
am I
she's-
getting wiry bush at the end of this Dutch date?
Why?
She's trying to save you money, and you're turned off by it.
And I've got a
I-
paper
Like,
shredder down there.
She's
Okay.
telling you, like, I'm perfectly fine with splitting things.
I-
Yeah.
I want to get to that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I feel like we can't blow by what just happened.
I was just
What
going to
happened?
ignore it, but
Why would a cheap woman be less likely to trim her pubic hair?
Because she's not into the date, man. She's not even spiffing it up.
What?
She ain't
well, if
grooming
she's
that
not
thing.
into the date, that sounds like more of a you problem
She
than a
doesn't bat
financial
me,
problem.
man. First date, that thing should be Oak Hill. And I'm Mike Bluck.
That's a good reference. I
You
like
know
that,
it,
That
man,
was
because he
really
got a hole in one, baby.
good. 252 WCMF.
And Rory was standing right there.
Now you have Rory McIlroy watching you have sex with this woman?
Hey, that'd be a hell of a date, man. I got the #1 Irishman backing me up.
What would it sound like if Rory McIlroy was watching you have sex?
Oh, you got it right in there. Right in there with that shillelagh. Good one, Letty.
I don't remember him sounding like that at all.
Well, you don't hang around much.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this study that is suggesting that Americans are finding frugality more attractive. In fact, 2/3 of Americans said just that. Over 1/2 said using a coupon on a date was perfectly acceptable. Over 1/3 said they would be impressed if a date used reward points to pay. Paul writes us on Instagram, Duffy.
Paul. Hey, Paul.
Duffy on WCMF.
Paul's a big spender.
The easiest way to get it. He says, my girlfriend is Queen Coupon, where I'm like Tommy and I don't give an F about reward points and coupons. She scolded me about paying for everything. If you're on the same page as the woman that you're with, the person you're with, when it comes to that, it makes your life so much easier.
But I'm not. I mean, my wife and I aren't even on the same page on tipping.
And all you do is talk about all the friction it causes in your house when it comes to the coupons and the money and all that stuff.
But I don't want to look like a shortchanger, man.
Okay, but the only person that matters is your spouse, right, in the long term.
I know, but
I
feel like a big shot.
You live in someone else's house. You dumbass. All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. They do get deeper into this study.
Yeah, what they say.
We'll get to that in a second. But we got a whole bunch of folks waiting on hold. I do want to hear from a lady here. And, Kimmy, I didn't mean to cut off your point earlier. I'm sorry. I wanted to go back and talk about pubic hair. I agree. You were talking.
Well, we got a little off topic there.
You were talking about how Tommy should want this to be true.
Yeah, it's just so weird that like you're fighting it so hard because she's wanting to split the bill or use points or whatever, it doesn't. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a reflection of how much she likes you. She just wants to figure out the bill a different way. And if she doesn't like you, well, then you saved money. Like that's you know what I mean?
It's the best case scenario.
What if it kills the mood? Like this thing is going good.
Again, you're on this date.
But here's the thing: it's only killing the mood for you, and I can't understand why. It's not if she insists. It's not killing the mood for her. It's gonna kill the mood for her if you say no. Let me pay. I'm the man.
Wait, was that you doing Tommy being a man?
Yes.
What does that sound like?
I'm Tommy and I'm a man. No, honey. Let me get this one with my broke ass.
I don't know why you'd say he was broke when he's trying to show off. Robin writes us on Instagram, or excuse me. Wait, nope, I got the wrong one here. Let's go to the phones. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Amanda. Amanda, thanks for waiting. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hi, Amanda.
How are you?
Good. What do you got?
When I'm at first date with my husband now, I offered one because, kind of testing the water, and he absolutely said no and paid the bill. And quite frankly, if some man told me I had to split it, I would already be like, okay, so if someone breaks in my house, I have to man up now because you can't man up. Like, if you can't pay the first date bill and have chivalry to me, it's kind of like, okay, friend zone.
All right, can I ask a question? And I understand that idea, and I'm okay with it if a woman feels that way. But, like, what do you do for a living, Amanda?
I'm an educator.
You are an educator, and you will not date a man who is not willing to pay for that stuff. And
I also see there's circumstances. So to me, chivalry is not dead. Don't take me to a place you can't afford more than one or two times or three times because, then you're kind of already lying. So that's a red flag. And then
wait a minute. Wait. So hold on. You tie money to masculinity because you say, I got to man up and take care of this stuff if you're not going to pay for the first bill. But then on the other hand, you go, don't take me to a place you can't afford to do it because you're lying to me.
Right, but that would be a lie.
But those two things don't really line up unless, Kimmy, you're hearing something different.
No, I'm saying that, like, if you can put all the bells and whistles on for date number one and you try to over-masculinate yourself, then you can't keep
really,
doing it.
It took down Superman.
Then you kind of lied.
Okay. All right, Amanda, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. She's on your side.
I'm confused because I thought she said, maybe I misunderstood in the beginning, but I thought she said she would be thrown off if he didn't let her split the bill.
Yeah, but then she said...
The way I understood it...
But then don't overspend on something you can't afford.
I thought she said, like, don't take me out someplace nice and the next time not so nice.
I think she said all of those things.
But then she said, if you're not going to pay for the bill, if somebody breaks in the house, I got to be the man.
Yeah, because you ain't got no bank.
Because if you don't have money, you're not masculine.
Yeah.
Or at least on the first date, I guess.
Okay.
All right.
Sarah writes us on
What's she
Instagram.
saying?
Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. She says, personally, fiscal responsibility is attractive.
Oh, yeah, that's hot.
Someone that usually drops money on stupid stuff is a turnoff because it tells me down the road you may make a $7,000 purchase out of impulsivity. Your Majesty, I added the Your Majesty. But a man that used a coupon or reward points says they value their money. Going along with what Sarah just said on Instagram. There is one more number I would like to read you.
What's that?
1/2 of people in this study said they had been turned off by a date that was flashing with cash.
All right, that's a little different if you try to be big time.
You literally just said you got a big time.
Well,
You used the words big time.
Look, we know guys that spend, and we know guys that flash. There is a difference.
You
that
don't know
flaps it around.
You think you know the difference of
Yeah.
flash and what you wear into this room. You think you know the difference. You got your man bag made out of leather. You're getting there, walking around in your tanning taupe gym shoes. What the hell's wrong with you, you bitch-ass bitch? Go ahead, Kim. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, what would be the difference between flash and spending on a first date? How could I tell the difference?
I mean, a flashy guy, he's selling it too hard.
Okay.
I think you got to be subtle with it.
I don't know if most people know subtlety. If you're trying to impress, I think that may be a tough difference. Yeah, it may be tough to tell the difference.
No, come on, Kimmy. You're not giving men enough credit that we have the nuance to understand what the difference between flash.
Well, don't be too braggy. You know what I mean?
Not men, no.
No. Well, no, you got to dial it back. That's what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
What?
You're an idiot. A man who's never tried too hard at anything in his life. Jeremy's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
Can you imagine talking like this all the time and trying to educate people?
Being mean, Jeremy. You're being mean, Jeremy.
Being mean, huh? Okay.
I think I enjoyed Jeremy's girl voice.
So we found that Kimmy does a great Tommy trying to be
it's
tough
kind of like
voice.
Tommy. It's my impression of Tommy. Jeremy's doing my impression of Tommy.
But Jeremy, you were saying.
I laughed loud enough while I was on hold to listen to your Tommy Mann voice that somebody looked into my office window because I thought maybe I was dying or something. It was really good. Listen, there's a benefit to using stuff on a first date, which is you know what you're going to get down the road. If somebody's using a coupon or trying to watch their money and they're actively sharing that with you, you know that's going to be the case for the long run. As opposed to somebody trying to show off and then maybe in a couple months, they're not showing off anymore. You're getting a different side of a person. They're being way more honest up front, which I think is a benefit.
Not to Tommy. I'm lying guy.
I want a wet tip, man.
A wet tip?
Yeah, that's why I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want, what was it, Oak Hill that you said down there?
Yeah.
What, hardwoods with a swastika? Way to go, Tommy.
Thanks for the call,
right,
buddy.
bye,
Have a
Nick.
good rest of the day. There goes Jeremy. Jacob writes us. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us.
Yeah.
Guys should be buying dinner, especially on a first date.
Yes.
Don't be cheap.
That should be like a law.
So then how do gay couples handle that?
Well, who's
Oh, hold on. Excuse me. Allow me to
go.
buckle up real
Yep.
quick. Hey, Kimmy, pleasure working with you.
No, you brought it up.
I asked a question.
It's a pleasure working with you.
I asked a question.
Well, we're waiting for your answer.
Yeah. How do gay couples, if the man is supposed to pay,
all right,
how
so
do same-sex couples handle that?
Well, lesbian couples, anyway.
Lesbian
I'm
couples,
getting-
yeah.
Here, let me hold on before you say something terrible. I'm gonna say whoever asks the person out on a date pays for
Wait,
the
but Kimmy,
date.
you didn't hear his point earlier.
No.
Lesbian couples, ow.
I think the roles are kind of determined
Nope.
pretty quick. Like who's more assertive, all right?
You don't drag me into this. I asked you a question.
I would say who's more the leader of the couple.
Leader of the pack.
Right.
Okay.
Would be more the
How do you know?
authoritarian.
The authoritarian?
So wait. So you're saying as a dude in a straight couple, you are the authoritarian.
Yes.
You are the leader, so you must pay in this situation.
I would
How
think
is
like
that
in
not
a,
a turn off?
well, you don't say it.
No, give me-
I'm the dictator here, but like in a gay couple, one guy asks the other guy out, so he's a little bit more aggressive than the other guy. Maybe the other guy's a little bit shy.
Okay, so
I'm going to say the shy guy would be the one that ain't paying.
I mean, he kind of made your point. He just took him 10 minutes to get there.
Well, I'm trying to be nice.
Why would you not be nice?
And I think that sets the tone for the rest of their lives together. Right? Like who does
look, I am not dancing this dance with you, Patrick Swayze. You're dancing alone.
Like I even said, like, people fall into their roles.
In a relationship.
Based on their personality.
Yeah, like, for example, you bought dinner first for your wife.
I did.
And now you have a house that she lives in that you pay for.
That was a hell of a dinner, buddy. Yeah.
Lesbian couples.
We have some people in this building we could ask to get the real
I don't need
answer.
to ask them.
You should ask
because they're
them.
all over the place.
What are you talking about?
I don't think they know.
You don't trust her opinion?
No.
Okay, the person that's actually in a gay relationship?
I don't know because she all over.
It's called a relationship, Kimmy.
Because I said that's your lover, and that apparently was wrong.
No, it's not that it was wrong. It just made it sound like you were writing a Dickens novel.
Yes.
It's a girlfriend.
Well, I thought that it was a little bit more, so they're more of a lover.
What would be more than a girlfriend?
I mean, a girlfriend sounds childish when you're a certain age. I think when you get to be a certain age, that's your lover.
So before you were engaged, you called your wife your lover.
Oh, yeah.
No, you shut up.
My lover, baby.
We're taking a break. This person at this time in this place doing this.
Yeah.
Next here with the break room. On WCMF. A person like this,
Yeah.
at this age, in this place.
Oh.
It's nothing you'd expect.
All right.
And maybe what makes this story and so many like it so dangerous is exactly what makes it so strange. Because we talked yesterday about what age road rage kicks in.
Yeah.
And this story, I think, goes along with the theories both of you guys had. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. It comes to us from Eastview Mall. Sunday afternoon, there was a hubbub, and it wasn't just about the Memorial Day sales.
Oh.
Police were called for reports of menacing in the parking lot of the P.F. Chang's. When they got there, they discovered it was a road rage incident. And
Inside the parking lot.
The parking lot of the P.F. Chang's. Now, we don't know what led up to the incident, but authorities say a 54-year-old woman brandished a knife during the incident.
Damn.
She was arrested, charged with second-degree menacing. She has a court date coming up. A 54-year-old woman with a knife
pulls a blade
on account of road rage, according to police. And I know that finding a parking spot in that section of Eastview during busy time can be tough. But you would have to think that there is no way the alleged victim in this story had any inkling that a woman of that age would be, one, packing a weapon, two, would take it out.
Yeah.
And I mean, thank God the situation didn't get more out of hand. If the allegations are true, by the way, we don't know the gender of the person who called the cops because
Well, that's
the knife.
what I was wondering. The victim in the story. I guess maybe I could see pulling out a weapon if it was like a big man or something.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Do you think a man would be intimidated enough by a 54-year-old woman with a knife to call the cops?
I think it's just the fact that she pulled it out, maybe.
Depends how big that knife is.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what would she say?
That's a knife.
She's Australian, too.
Yeah, we were at Outback earlier. It says Outback on the side.
But then Sean Connery showed up all of a sudden after the Australian guy left. That's really weird how that worked out. So, Kimmy, I agree with you.
Yeah.
That just seeing the knife would be enough to call the cops.
Yeah.
But never underestimate, based on Amanda's call a second ago, what men see as making them look emasculate. Because if you're a big old tough guy.
Well, it could have been a young guy. It could have been like a teenage kid.
Okay.
I guess it's also like you just don't expect trouble at that particular area of the county.
From this kind of woman,
Yeah.
a
Right.
54-year-old woman. I mean, look, also keep in mind, it's like they always say, if you get in a knife fight, you're going to get cut. So the right thing to do when that knife comes out is to call the cops. All right, so 252-WCMF, 252-9263. To all you men out there listening, would you feel like a sissy being threatened by a 54-year-old woman with a knife enough where you would call the cops? Because, I mean, you would get the last laugh there, Tommy.
Yeah.
Would you call the cops if a 54-year-old woman pulled a knife on you?
Oh, yeah. I ain't getting out of the car.
You would?
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're out. Let's say you're out of the car already.
I'm out of the car.
You're out of the car. Something happens.
And
like,
she pulls a blade.
And you're arguing with her back and forth. Blade comes out. So you're going to call the police.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
What do you think of me?
Well, no, I'm trying to think of what your 911 call would sound like.
Yeah, what's up?
Hello, I'd like to report my panties are all bunched up in my vagina. I need you to come help me out right now because there's a lady that showed me a knife. It's a knife, and I got Sean Connery next to me. He saw the same thing.
So you brought tight panties to a knife fight, did you? So what do you? But if you let's say you don't call the cops,
Okay.
and she starts slashing at
Okay,
you,
well,
man,
that's
what do you do?
No, look, I agree
back
with you.
up.
I agree
Do you
with
try to grab it from her?
I know I don't want to engage in a
Right.
fight with a 54-year-old. Well, look, I agree with you. I would also call the cops. I'm
Right.
just being a dick. But
Yeah.
you're right. Like, because even let's say you did engage with her. Now
Yeah.
you are in fear for your safety. She's
Yeah.
coming after you. Even in that situation, from a distance, everyone watching
Oh, yeah.
would think you are the aggressor
Yeah.
here. So the only safe thing to do is to call the cops.
Right.
In fact,
Car and call the cops.
it would be wildly irresponsible not to call the cops, even if there wasn't a swinging of a knife in.
Yeah.
Do you think a guy would call the cops just because he'd be afraid something would happen to his car? Like, you know what I mean? Like it scratched up my car or something.
Could. I think you're thinking about your own ass first.
Well, yeah, you don't want to put the knife there.
No.
But I mean, if
Or
you're
you gotta
willing to
hold
call the cops, it could be more like property damage reasons.
Okay, to that point, Kimmy, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just thinking like she's coming at
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
though.
yeah.
Well,
I
okay, now
mean,
again, she's not accused of brandishing the knife. She's accused of presenting it, which is
Yeah.
menacing.
I present this knife.
Exactly. I don't know if she had to say it for that to be.
Da-da-da.
But Kimmy, I do wonder, to your point, right? At what time in this interaction would it become real? Like now I feel like I'm in danger.
How long would it take you to pull out your phone?
Or even like I mean, there are guys that I'm sure would feel like just because you saw a knife, you wouldn't feel threatened. I mean, she would have to do something with it.
Well, what she's saying while she's holding the knife, too.
Like, I'm going to stab you with this knife?
Right, or like, yeah, I mean,
but she wasn't arrested for threatening, just menacing.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's the same thing.
No. So from stories we've had before, and I could be wrong, 252 WCMF, believe it or not, we're not lawyers.
Yeah.
Menacing is just showing. Like, you can get in trouble for menacing for just having a gun on you if you go and, like, confront someone during an argument. Whereas, like, threatening somebody is
then
like,
I gotta say
I'm good, or present like, hey, this is a knife.
Okay,
I'm pointing it at you.
Right.
Check me out here. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this 54-year-old woman. She was in the Eastview parking lot outside of P.F. Chang's. Police say that during a road rage incident, she brandished a knife. She was arrested for second-degree menacing. Salt writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. I'm running. When any blade weapon comes out, it's time to run. Even trained professionals won't argue that. Then you call the police.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to get in my car. I don't think I'm going to run. I'm just going to get in my car.
So what if she smashes the window?
But I don't want to be like, like now I got a woman chasing me around the parking lot.
I love how
running.
I love how
like Chucky.
Okay, is that what you would be stabbing?
Well, that's how Chucky stabbed.
That's probably an accurate comparison.
All the way around, right? The outfit, everything. The eyeballs.
I love how a second ago you're like, it's not emasculating to call the cops. I don't want to be running from a woman with a knife. That's what you should be doing.
No, I want to get in my car and call. I don't want to be taken off either.
Troy writes us on Instagram, most Karens are in their 50s and they're crazy as F. So, yeah, call the cops. That's an interesting thought.
That they're all crazy?
Well, like the older a woman gets, the more likely she is to potentially hurt you.
All right. What if she doesn't look like somebody that could hurt you?
What do you mean?
I mean, she's a very small woman.
Yeah, but she's still got a knife.
All right.
And again, like, I could make that argument.
Yeah. What?
But that argument came from your side of the room.
Be a fair fight.
Yeah, it wouldn't because she's got a knife.
I mean, your superpower is your ability to hide, and you can't hide anywhere. You're not outrunning her.
Can't hide from a knife. Put that on a T-shirt. Sell the rock shop. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
So, I don't know where to start. So, for me, the smaller the chick is, the more terrifying it is when they finally snap. And the second thing I was going to bring up is when I was in the Air Force in basic training, I had no problem with the male drill instructors yelling at me because I expected that. It's when the female drill instructors started yelling at us. That's what threw me off because, like, at that point in my life, women aren't supposed to really yell at people. And so I will admit this, I've had female drill instructors make me cry because it was just a complete mind F.
I kind of get that. And it's funny, too. Like, at that age, women are supposed to yell at you, then you get married.
Your mom never yelled at you?
Yeah.
Well, no, but, like, not in that way. My mother never...
But yeah, so like for me, this I would be scared because it's like it's a woman, busting out a knife. I'm like, yo, where are the cops?
Yo, where are the cops? Well, it's weird that you have that take.
Yo, where are the cops?
It's weird you have that take based on what had happened to Ben before.
What happened?
Well, no, he was out in the P.F. Chang's parking lot.
Yeah.
And there was a woman that presented a knife at him.
What happened?
And he went to go say, "Hey, stop that!" But she dove at him. Hit him right in the tongue.
It hurt. I just spicy chicken wings and spring rolls. It hurts me more because now the duck sauce is getting into the cut.
Ben, great call, buddy. Thanks for the day. Ben crying because female drill instructors are screaming. I wonder if that's a common occurrence for guys.
Just because you've never been screamed at like that before from a woman?
No, I mean,
I've been insulted.
No, but like
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Like, why would it hurt more? I guess coming from a female.
It just doesn't happen that often.
18-year-old kid.
Yeah.
Think about that. I was never screamed at like that by a woman at 18 years old. Changed fast.
Yeah.
19, 20, 21. But at 18, that had not happened yet.
Yeah, true.
So yesterday, we talked about a kid from Greece who was accused in a road rage incident of hitting two pedestrians with his car.
Oh, yeah.
Those people are okay, by the way. Kimmy, your take was 20 years old was too young for road rage.
Felt like a little young to be that angry behind the wheel, yeah.
And both of you had that take, right? You said it's around 40 when it starts.
Yeah, when things start building up in your life.
But now that we're having this conversation about gender and age and road rage, does
Yeah.
road rage burn hotter in a 50-something-year-old man or a 50-something-year-old woman?
Oh, man.
You think so?
For sure. Because guys
Usually
want to
the-
control everything.
Usually, like the stories we talk about are men getting out of their cars with weapons.
No, I mean, I don't disagree with you, and men do burn hotter, but I'd like to present an alternate theory.
Oh, what's that?
I mean, women, every man has been punched in the face.
Yeah.
At least that's a hothead, right? So there are consequences you're aware of.
Yeah.
Whereas women, and thank goodness, that doesn't happen all that often.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's like this is going to sound bad, but like when it comes to the hothead dude versus hothead woman, it's like bad dog syndrome. If you have an owner of a dog that doesn't yell at their dog for doing something bad, they're going to keep doing bad stuff.
All right.
Now, granted, men are stupid and stubborn enough to continue to keep doing bad stuff after getting punched in the face. But if you've never been punched in the face, you don't know how far that line is.
You never suffered a consequence.
Exactly.
All
And
right.
if you've never suffered a consequence, maybe you're more likely to pop off.
So you're thinking that's women.
I don't know.
Well, you're saying if she's done it before, maybe people are less likely to do something about it,
Which
like
would-
call the cops.
Or which would lead her either handle it themselves or call the cops, which would lead her to continue to do that.
I suppose.
Think it
Good
out loud here.
possibility.
All right.
I think as we wrap this story up,
Yeah.
the alarming thing about knife on a lady,
Tonight. Night for the lady tonight. What?
we've been doing a lot of guys and dolls lately.
I know.
The other weapons you think of, right?
Yeah.
Gun, taser, stun
Sure.
gun. You can argue women have them.
I'm going to say they're going to be more likely to have some type of self-defense weapon on them.
It's protection.
Yes,
Yeah.
Right?
and they have it literally right on them, probably in a purse or bag of some sort.
So in case you're attacked, gun, taser, stun gun,
Yeah.
I have it. Harder to argue that with a knife.
Yeah.
Right? You need to know how to use that sucker. And if you wanted something inexpensive and easy to carry, you could go get mace.
Yes, you can.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, knife always looks bad. Man, woman, it's hard to argue. If I'm a guy and I'm, I got my multi-tool.
Yeah.
Although I guess this woman, it is, Eastview gets a weird mix of, like, country folks from the East.
Oh, yeah, you do.
So this woman could be a ranch hand,
Oh, it could have been a
working on a farm.
utility knife.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, the type of knife would definitely.
Yeah.
One of them big old
Curious.
buck knives.
Okay. Why would a woman have a big buck knife?
Because she works in a ranch. She could be a horsewoman.
Well, why would you carry it
Was
to
she
the
a big
mall?
old ranch and horsewoman?
Why would you not
Well,
take
that
it?
could be like her. Yeah, I mean,
You know
I
what a
don't think it's out of the question.
buck knife?
She steps out of that
I thought
car.
you meant like more of a
No, Crocodile
flipping it.
Dundee.
Gotcha.
She steps out of that car. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
There's 10 tough bitches in this town. 9 of them sent me birthday cards. You know what they said?
What's that?
Happy birthday, bitch.
Things have been going so well for the Bills.
Yeah.
They were going so good.
What happened?
And then we found out about Hard Knocks, and some of us were like,
Yeah.
The Bills are back in Orchard Park
Mhm.
for voluntary workouts. And even a man who is rumored to be married this weekend is there
Yeah.
4 days before
Oh.
he gets his nuptials, which is
Interesting.
pretty damn impressive.
Yeah.
There's somebody missing and somebody else not practicing.
Oh.
And that second thing is a big-ass problem, potentially.
Oh.
Because, Kimmy, he's the biggest name free agent the Bills signed this offseason.
Yeah.
And if your concern was this,
Already.
next, let's see about Two ways to look at this.
What's that?
Either we're getting all the bad stuff out of the way now,
Okay.
which is good, or this is a terrible omen. Because, Kimmy, when they signed this guy, this was the biggest fear.
Yeah.
What's the problem?
They haven't even done anything
I
yet.
guess we knew it was a possibility.
Hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Hate.
We have a story, with prom and ball season, graduation party season, involving underage drinking, parents or older people that allowed it.
Yeah.
And 2 weeks ago, we had a discussion about how no matter how responsible you think you are, and even if you have the best intentions of not wanting the kids to go drink somewhere else so you're going to let them at home, there is always a drunk teenager who will be a dick.
Absolutely.
And that kid will ruin it.
Mm.
Well, one woman, back-to-back lady hate, by
Yeah.
the way, has decided not only are we wrong,
Yeah.
and she's going to tell us why, she believes there is a loophole in the state law
And
that she found that justifies her doing exactly this.
I can't imagine what she read and then turned it into that.
We will share it with you. Hate Mail of the Week, just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So the Buffalo Bills are back at voluntary off-season training activities this week.
Yeah.
And there are 3 interesting things happening.
What's going on?
One, Josh Allen is getting married on May 31st,
Yeah.
at least according to Deion Dawkins. But despite that, he is at camp.
Yeah, it's a worker.
So he gets married 3 days from now, although it is kind of funny. Like, what's he doing for his wedding?
Yeah.
Picking up the suit.
Yeah.
He's probably even got something to do that.
Bro, it's already set.
All right, so Josh is there. Every member of the Buffalo Bills was at OTAs,
Wow.
except one.
Who didn't show?
James Cook has yet to report to Orchard Park, Bills running back, this spring. This is now his second voluntary workout that he's missing.
Yeah.
He wants his new contract. He's not getting the contract that he wants. He put his home up for sale in Orchard Park.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. Also not ideal. But this doesn't get serious until he misses like a legit training camp practice here in Rochester.
Yeah.
So that's okay. Okay, we're fine. The more concerning story,
What's that?
Joey Bosa, defensive end, was the biggest name free agent to sign with the Bills this offseason.
Yeah.
He is an edge rusher who gets after the quarterback hard when healthy. And that's been the knock on him. In the last 3 seasons, I believe he has missed more games than he's played.
Been banged up.
Yeah. And the hope was, with the Bills signing him to a 1-year contract, he was going to stay healthy this year. He's hurt.
How bad? Do you know?
McDermott said yesterday he is dealing with a calf injury, and he is likely out until training camp.
Yeah, and this is just doing some base stuff, right? Like I don't know how hard they're practicing right now.
I have a question.
What's that?
Yeah.
Question. How does this happen? You didn't even do anything. You weren't even doing anything.
I know it's bad, but I do feel like the Bills have kind of lucked out with the signings of other guys in the last few years that like had injuries that didn't show up when they were in Buffalo.
Okay.
So it almost kind of felt like they were like due for a miss.
Oh,
at
don't
some
say
point.
that. We just started. How does...
Well, the guy's older, right? I mean, he's been around.
He's
a while.
not that old.
He's not that old.
Like late, was he, what, late 20s, early 30s?
Well, that's old for this league.
I mean, not for a defensive end.
All right.
He's 29.
29 years old. He's not even 30. He's Josh's age.
Well, Josh is getting up there.
He's not getting up there, and his calves work just fine. Both of them. Both of his calves work just fine. How do you get hurt in voluntary OTAs and working out in the offseason?
Those usually are the more concerning injuries, I think.
The calf?
Those are the lingering injuries that never seem to go away.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
We're not at total disaster right now. I mean, it's not a great thing.
Still time.
Yeah.
Which
Still
one?
plenty of
Cook
off-season.
or Bosa?
Bosa. Well, both of them. But, I mean, when it comes to Bosa, I mean, Kimmy, you're right. There's still time. That being said, it's not ideal that a guy that you sign that is supposed to be an impact player is not – he's got to learn a new defensive scheme, and he's
Day
not out there
one.
doing it, right? Sitting there in his short pants.
Well, he can watch and figure it out.
Different. These guys, I'm telling you,
Yeah,
man.
and I don't know.
Defense looks so easy.
Do
my
these
God.
guys hang around much after they get hurt, especially for like the voluntary stuff?
I mean, he's got to learn how to play in this defense. So, yes, he would have to be here.
It's going to be that complicated.
Yes, it's that
Knock
complicated.
a guy on his ass.
So, wait, so what is defense? Explain it to me.
Knock a guy on his ass.
No, it's not knocking.
You break things. You get to be a dick. Like, the defense looks like they have all the fun because you just get to, like, push people around. There's no
That's what
timing
you can.
to it.
Yes, there is a ton of timing to it.
Yeah,
Stunts
get that guy.
and rolls.
Go get him.
What's a stunt?
What's a stunt?
Is there an echo in here?
It's when you perform a an acrobatic
Okay,
move.
and that's like the base of everything,
Well,
right?
and I would think like too, especially McDermott's defenses, like
Well,
they
he's
all
nuts.
move together. Like that's I think that's a really coordinated group of guys.
The system is what makes it work. It's why you can have a guy you signed off
Look,
the street.
Joey Hollywood's probably laughing his ass off, rolling his eyes at McDermott.
Joey Hollywood.
Hey, yeah, he's from Hollywood. He played in San Diego.
Yeah, he
Didn't
played in San Diego or
Yeah, yeah.
Los Angeles. You see, you got me doing it.
I'm pretty sure that's where Hollywood is.
Joey
That's
Hollywood. He played in San Diego.
well, San Diego, then he went to Hollywood. But he's got to be rolling his eyes at Hillbilly McDermott. I played a game.
He's got the best defense in the NFL. Consistently. He's got guys
Well,
you've
then
never
why'd
heard.
you bring him in?
What's that?
Why'd you bring Bosa in?
Because you need that
Because
guy.
I need to fix your ass.
Bro, Bosa is not like the game-changing player you think he is. He's a nice piece.
Well, then don't worry about it.
Well, no, because you need him to be that nice piece. It would be like you. You suck at this job. But if you didn't show up tomorrow, the show would be harder. You're the Joey Bosa's calf of the break room.
I think I'm a nice piece. Ask your mom.
I don't know football. You know, I do mom jokes.
Joey Bosa's a great guy.
I don't know. I don't know if he's a great guy. I just want to be able to play football. When you sign a guy that has missed more games the last 3 years
You said,
than he's
why
played,
did you get that guy?
That's what I
You
said
took
when
a-
we signed
You took
him.
a risk. You took a risk.
I did like the name, though.
Bosa?
But no, I remember him being a tough guy. He was a good guy.
What do you?
There are a few of them.
Yeah, there's a couple of Bosas.
You may be thinking of a different.
No, the
Bosa.
one who played for the Chargers.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
his brother played for the 49ers, and you're probably thinking of him. You just heard the name
No,
Bosa,
I was
Bosa,
thinking.
Bosa.
I think I had the right Bosa.
What numbers you wear?
I don't know what number
Go
he
ahead.
wears.
No, come on. I know him. I know that guy. I know that guy real good.
47.
47. That's not even a defensive end number.
That's a.
Nobody wears 47. Nobody wears
Well, you got
47.
the 7 right.
What's his number?
97.
Oh, I was close.
But I think he's wearing 94. No, he is wearing 97.
It
All right,
says
look.
97.
All right, 252 WCMF. Joey Bosa is hurt already. A calf injury. He won't practice until training camp. All right, so the Bills, if we want to get deep in this stuff,
Yeah.
they hired like new strength and conditioning people because I think they've had an issue with how many injuries have shown up the last couple of years
All right.
and the weight the guys have been putting on. So hopefully that plays into how
The new
well
guy,
it
the new
goes.
training guy, get his calf going.
I mean, there are people that believe there's a correlation between those two.
All
things.
right.
But let's not get hurt, Joy Bosa. Let's all
Take
everyone,
it easy.
yeah, relax, but also learn what you need to do and be in shape when the season starts.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means?
Hate.
Hate mail of the week. We have a back-to-back lady hate
Wow.
extravaganza, and it all involves underage drinking because like we talked about when we had this initial story, which we'll share with you. There are a lot of parents who make the decision to allow their kids and their friends to drink at their house after prom, ball, for graduation
Yeah.
parties. And although it is dumb, the idea behind it comes from a good place. They are scared that these kids are going to go out and hurt themselves.
Sure.
Right? So I can supervise. But there is something you're not considering. Even though this woman tells us not only are we wrong, she believes
Yeah.
she found a loophole in New York state law where what she is doing, not even illegal.
Wow. Look at that.
And we'll get into it next. Hate mail of the week here in the break room. I'll see you next. no matter who says it, no matter how many times it comes up, there are some people that just don't want to listen.
All right.
And they have a bunch of loopholes they think can protect them.
Yeah.
The bottom line is this. You can't host a party for a teenage kid and their friends where they're drinking.
Right.
But you wouldn't know that if you read the letter we're going to share with you today.
Can't wait to hear it is.
You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, it's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And about 2 weeks ago, we shared with you a story that started with the cops getting called when a bunch of teenagers were allegedly throwing rocks at a car. When the cops got to the scene, they say the teens were drunk. The story does not say the teens were arrested. However, a woman who provided them with alcohol was. And this story was a reminder, with proms and balls and graduation parties happening as we speak, there are parents who think they can host these types of parties.
Yeah.
Allow drinking for their friends, for their kids and their kids' friends. And we wanted to remind everybody you're taking a huge risk. Now, some of these parents, Tommy, they have the best intentions.
Yeah.
The idea being they believe that these kids are going to go out drinking anyway, and they want these kids to be safe at home.
So you're going to control it under your watch.
Bingo. Problem with this idea, however,
what's that?
when you get a bunch of drunk teenagers, there is always, at minimum, one drunk dick.
Yeah, they get a vote in your plan.
Yes. And if things get out of control, you as a parent are screwed.
Oh, yeah.
You can't kick the kid out. That's dangerous, right? You can't call the kid's parents if they don't know that they're drinking.
You could lose your house.
You got it.
Legit.
And you can't even call the cops to that point.
Yes.
Because...
but they'll be there.
There you go. That is unless you take the advice of this woman.
Wow.
Because, Tommy, she says not only is providing alcohol to teens completely fine,
All right.
there is part of the law carved out in New York State to protect her and parents like her. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting us fired, advocating for underage drinking. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
You did a story on a woman arrested for letting kids underage drink and talked about how letting teens drink at your home was wrong and against the law. Well, I'm writing to inform you you're wrong on both accounts. To begin with, as a parent, I know what is best for my child. I am there to keep them safe, and this is the safest option. In addition to that, I am allowed to have fun with my kids in any way I see fit as long as I keep them safe. The situation you discussed ended with property damage and shows that woman was not the type of mother who knows her kids well enough to make this work. When you said it was against the law, you're wrong there too. New York state law has a provision that allows underage kids to drink when the alcohol is provided in a private home by a parent or guardian. When my kids' friends are over, I am their guardian. They are in my home. It is legal. I consulted a lawyer in the past, and he says I am right and you're wrong. You're providing false information that is scaring parents for no reason and putting kids' lives in danger, and you're doing it just for the shock jock value and rating. I encourage you to research your topics better and be better informed before you spread more misinformation and fake news. Sincerely, Laura.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got to get the legal stuff out of the way first. This woman could not have been more wrong about what she said.
I don't know. That's what her lawyer said, Pat.
Yeah.
But no, not her lawyer. She knows a lawyer.
No, yeah, she consulted a lawyer.
Consulted a lawyer. And not only did the lawyer say she was right,
Yeah.
we were wrong,
Yeah.
even though she didn't know we had this take until recently. So although in New York State there is a provision that allows parents or guardians to legally let their kids drink inside of their homes, it has nothing to do with what this woman thinks it does, okay? When it says guardian, it means legal guardian, not person watching them for the night.
Yeah.
But even
The
if it
sleepover.
Exactly. But even if it did say that, there are specific laws in New York State that spell out what she wants as super illegal. Quote the law, just so we get this out of the way.
All right.
Quote, it is unlawful for any person over the age of 21 to knowingly allow the consumption of alcohol by minors at their residence. It doesn't get more cut and dry than that.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
true.
Maybe Laura should do more research.
But she knows how many shots her kids can handle.
Why is that a brag, by the way?
I don't know.
She bragged about that.
I know the alcohol limitations of my children.
I have been.
I have hit them to the limit.
We drink safely in
Yes.
this house.
Can I just do a quick sidebar?
What's that?
There is nothing worse than stupid people thinking they found a loophole
loophole.
in an
Yeah.
obvious law. Like, the state goes out of their way, federal government goes out of their way to make sure they are keeping kids from hurting themselves.
Right.
But Laura from Rochester outsmarted all of them.
Yes, she did.
Right.
You also don't think that every parent that's been busted for something like this didn't try to find a loophole?
Thank you. Thank you.
Didn't seem to work out for them.
None of them were as smart as Laura was. I'm going to take this to the Supreme Court. Okay, but Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
There was another part of Laura's letter that is a bit bothersome.
What's that?
Like we said earlier, you can understand, despite it being super illegal, why the logic of not wanting kids out drunk in the wild would lead to a parent thinking this is a good idea. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. But it does seem Laura may have other motives. A quote from her letter, talking about her kids and their friends, quote, I am here to keep them safe, and this is the safest option. In addition to that, I am allowed to have fun with my kids in any way I see fit as long as I keep them safe. What do you hear in that sentence?
I mean, it sounds like she thinks she can do whatever she wants with her kids, and it's none of the government's damn business.
She does believe that.
Yeah.
It also, that line, I'm allowed to have fun with my kids in any way I see fit as long as I keep them safe. Are you drinking with your kids because you think it's fun to drink with your teenage kids?
That could be. Yeah.
Possible.
Are there adult parents who have teenagers?
That are drinking buddies?
They have fun drinking with their underage kids?
You're like Mickey Mantle?
I'm asking sincerely.
That could be.
What about that would be fun?
How sad is that?
Well, okay, let's put sad apart.
Like your kids are drinking buddies.
Let's put sad aside. Look, hey, man, you always need someone to drink with.
That's true.
And if that's the only person. What would be fun about drinking with a teenager? I asked man who drank with teenager.
But that was different.
Okay, it was a little bit,
Yeah, neither of us wanted to go home.
No, like, I mean, I'm thinking of my girls right now, right? And my oldest is 14 years old.
Right.
I could not imagine something less fun than, like, partying with my daughter.
But what if your daughter's 16, 17, and your wife wants to share a glass of wine with her?
I would have a problem with that.
But I could see that being a scenario.
Not
like we're gonna drink to her, knocked out.
I'm gonna say the line gets blurred more like 18, 19 when your kid goes off on their own, and you now your relationship with them is transitioning from child to adult. So I can see how maybe at that point you feel like my kid is an adult. I don't mind having a glass of wine or drinking with them or going to their school to party with them.
Okay. Is someone in this room speaking from personal experience?
I don't know, I'm just saying. But I did feel my relationship with my parents shift around that age where I don't think they saw me as they weren't taking care of me.
Do you have a problem with what
much as
Kimmy's
they used to.
describing?
So like going up, drinking with you're at a high school, but you're
in college. Either you're going up to their
you're
college,
you're 18,
or when they come home, they're hanging out, having drinks with you when they're.
I guess. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked by it.
Okay, so it wouldn't bother you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So then what, if we're going to play devil's advocate, can't you make the argument, what's the difference between 17, 18, and 19?
You're still dealing with high school dynamics at 16, 17, and you're probably dealing more with those other kids and their parents more.
Okay.
I don't know. I just think that, when when you still have to worry about school, things are a little different.
I mean, none of it's a good idea.
I mean, look, she's arguing it is, and there's lots of parents that are getting into data right now. I'm sorry.
I mean, the way you're doing it, always make your kids uncomfortable about alcohol. You know what I mean?
Say that again.
Make your kids uncomfortable about alcohol.
Okay.
If you start making it like, this is what we do, I think it's a bad road.
No, I agree with you. And I say this as someone who...
I struggled with alcohol my entire adult life. Still do.
Samesies. Like, I don't want to kick that off early.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want you comfortable, like, hey, crack open a bottle, we're going to hang out.
Yeah. 252-WCMF, hate mail of the week. A woman named, was it Laura? Writes us, argues after a story we talked about 2 weeks ago, underage kids, woman arrested for providing the kids with alcohol, that one, it is more responsible to allow your kids to drink at home because they're safe. And two, she claims that she found a loophole in New York State law that makes it legal, which she 100% did not.
Yeah.
And the lawyer that she talked to, you should find a new lawyer. Let's talk to Jerry. Hey, Jerry, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, so here's the deal. I think Laura is has a relation to Diddy. Okay, so let's just say, considering she likes to have quote unquote fun with her kids'
Yeah, I don't
friends
want. I don't know.
at parties.
I'm not going down this road, Jerry. Thanks for the call.
I think it's a little.
Yeah. Okay.
What the hell?
Oh.
All right.
You can get all. I mean,
I don't know. Jerry's trying to be funny or something. I don't know.
I'd
Try.
I'd say try again, but don't.
No, it wasn't a nice try.
Nick,
I don't know if it was Jerry from yesterday, but he's no longer here for the chuckles.
he was just here for the chuckles yesterday. The chuckles were
we
fun.
we gave him too much credit.
Nick writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. My take on the drinking thing, not underage, but I had a son, so I'd have a friend for life, a buddy to do stuff with when he's of age. So drinking with your kids when they're of age is okay. But your take sounded like you wouldn't have fun with your kids in that type of setting at all. No, I don't know. I guess I'm going to figure it out when I get there.
You're not there yet, yeah.
You don't want to have fun with your kids with alcohol.
Well, I mean,
don't.
When they're grown?
Well, like yeah, 30s, 40s, it's different, but like they're just getting into this stuff. I wouldn't encourage it. I'd rather have a kid that never touched alcohol.
No, you wouldn't. You say those people are lame. You're going to sit here and be like responsible grandfather now?
Yes.
Oh, you have said I don't trust people who don't drink. I don't want to hang around people who don't drink. People who don't drink are lame asses.
Yes, but it's a better decision.
Well, no, I mean, I think you can make the argument.
Yeah.
Look, again, I don't want to tell anybody to drink.
No.
Because I very rarely drink anymore, right? But it's hard to be social and fit in certain spaces without a drink in your hand.
I understand.
And even you, when we go out and I get a Diet Coke sometimes. See, you just made the face, you dick.
Enjoy a Coke, boy. I'll enjoy a Coke on your wrap.
Oh, Popeye was there?
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Frank. Hey, Frank, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good, man. What's up?
There's always a house to go over to, even in the 60s when I was 16 and 17, where you could go and get some Strawberry Hill or Boone's Farm apple wine.
But that's as low as it gets.
Was just trying to be sociable or whatever. Maybe she was hot for one of the seniors in high school.
Cocktails and pedophilia.
It wasn't like,
Boone's Farm and Boys.
Always a place to go. Always a place to go to get something to drink like that.
No, I get what you're saying. Frank, I guess the difference is like back then the drinking age federally was 18. We had a discussion in this initial when we were having this initial discussion, we had thought out loud there are really no more parents left of 16, 17, 18-year-olds who were legally allowed to drink
in that world.
Yeah, at 18. So maybe it was going to change, but I mean based on the response we got, Frank, this seems like something that's never going to change.
No, I don't think it will either. Like I said, there's always a place. You somehow on a Thursday. Oh, whose place are we going to go to tonight or tomorrow night on a Friday night? So you'd bring some. Andre Champagne was real big then. $1.99 a bottle. I remember that.
$1.99 a bottle for champagne.
Champipple.
Hey, Frank, thanks.
$1.99.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Good to talk to you. There goes Ramblin' Frank.
Yeah.
All right. Like going back to this thing too, like this woman, it was Laura, right?
Yes.
Who writes us this letter. She talks about allowing her kids and other kids, underage kids, to drink. Like that line, like we said, makes it sound like she's having a good time with them. And if I found out that my kids' friends' parents were letting them drink and hanging out with them, I would be pissed.
Oh, yeah.
Like, out of my mind pissed.
Because they're not even giving you the heads up.
And it would bother me even more if they were, like, participating in it with them.
So they're,
right? Because, like, the fact that they're drinking without me, part of it, bothersome. But, like, why are you having fun doing this with my child?
Right.
That is alarming.
It's really creepy.
And it's also one of those things that kids don't realize is strange until years later.
Yeah.
Because, like, if you're 16, 17, 18, and someone's parent is drinking with you, in the moment, that person's awesome. When you hit, like, 30, 35, it's not awesome when you think back to it anymore.
It's a little sad.
I mean, Kimmy, you had parents that would drink around you guys and allow you to drink.
Well, yeah, and there were
not parents that you knew.
Well, and not even, like, it was always the parent that really didn't care about other parents' opinions, too.
Yeah.
Like, that was always the one where I remember even as a kid being like, I know you're not supposed to be doing this, but I thank you for it.
Like the amount of alcohol like was around my house as a kid, where I knew how to mix drinks. As a kid, I could make you a drink because my father, like, if he didn't want to get up, he would tell me. He'd be watching television and telling me what to put in the glass.
Yeah, but you sit here and you're saying all the right things, but then you also tell a story of you fondly remembering getting pony cans from your dad's business partner.
Yeah.
That he would let you carry around and drink.
My old Uncle Art, man, he was so cool.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Troy. Hello, Troy.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
What about European countries where they don't really have a drinking age and there's like children drinking with their families and stuff?
Okay, so let's talk about that because I always
think they're all weird.
Do I have to say it like that? Weird. You know, so Troy, I was fortunate enough to go over to England for that Bills game.
Yeah, I heard all about it. It was in the papers.
Where were you?
Ooh, I'm sorry.
I was in London. So Troy, no, you're right. It's kind of a mind F because we were told, my daughters were 13 and 11 at the time, that as long as my kids were like sitting at a table and eating, that they would have served them alcohol. They don't really ask for ID. If the parents are okay with it, the kids can drink beer and wine, right? But Troy, so I'm talking to the bartender about this, and the one thing we never hear about in America about this thing is the bartender's like, we have a really serious alcohol problem with young people.
Well, it doesn't affect their looks.
Young kids puking at the table.
Well, no, not so much that.
So they're heavy,
alcoholics.
Yeah.
And like the guy was breaking it down for me where he's like, yeah, it's become a legitimate problem here. Wow. So, Troy, I mean, I get it, and I understand why it looks romantic and fun, and like that's a responsible thing to do.
When you grow up in that world.
Haven't you heard the opposite about that too, though? Like, oh, they're more responsible. They know about drinking at a younger age, so when they get older, they're not abusing it like that. I mean, that's what I've always heard.
Yeah, no, I had heard the same thing. And I mean, granted, it's an anecdotal thing that I heard from 3 people sitting at a bar telling me this.
I don't want to sit at a dinner with a kid in general. I don't want to sit in one that's now got 2 wines in them.
Troy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. We'll take one more call. 252-WCMF. Dan has got the last word. Hey, Danny boy, what's up?
Hey, Duffy, I got something to add. My neighbors, great people. They let their underage kid drink. But when he comes to my house, I don't allow him to drink, and I'm the idiot because I don't let him allow to drink at my house.
Okay. All right, so do you have a kid his age?
No, I do not. I've got 2 granddaughters.
Oh, gotcha.
3 and 4 months old.
How old is the neighbor kid?
18.
Why is he at your house?
Because we're a very close-knit community, and we all get along together.
Oh, so you're saying like a cookout, you don't want him to have a beer on your property, and that bothers them?
Well, it bothers me, but it doesn't bother his grandparents.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah,
they say go ahead, let him drink, but he's at my house. I can't let him drink.
No, I would. I'm with you. I'm with you, Danny boy. It's your ass. So
it's a catch-22. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
No, I think you're doing the right thing. I'd keep being
better safe than sorry.
Yeah, keep being a big old puss stick in the mud. But I'm with you, Danny boy.
Yeah, but I'm the dick because I don't let him drink.
Yeah, I mean, amongst other things, I don't know you that well.
Yeah, you sound like a dick.
Yeah,
Dan,
I'm
great.
the biggest dick you ever met.
All right, Dan. Thanks for the call, buddy. What is?
Hey, if you say I'm in a catch-22, you don't have to say damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? You could just stop it right there.
That's how much of a catch-22 it was. Which, although I think those 2 things together would just make it a regular situation.
Okay.
Like you loop back around. It's a
180.
The
kid's got a beer.
All right, let's take a break. It should not be this easy to do this by accident.
Oh.
Because international borders are international borders for a reason.
Right, yeah.
And there's all kinds of security.
Sure, especially now.
Guns, all this stuff. Yet there are 2 people who made the worst wrong turn of their lives.
Really?
Because they probably would have been able to go home, no
But now
issue.
they're in trouble?
Well, you're not allowed to have this in your car in general.
Oh.
But when you're crossing a border. Yeah. And the amount of times this has happened just down the street from us in the last year is jaw-dropping.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is way easier to do than you would think.
Oh.
In fact, statistically, there are people listening right now who have done this. Yet the folks we're going to tell you about had the worst luck possible. Because, yes, they allegedly had some very illegal things in their car.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem they were trying to cross an international border with it.
Oh, take a little slip up.
Yeah, you're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we got stuff to give you.
Who we going to get?
Well, Forever Seeger, a Bob Seger cover, is coming to Del Lago, June 7th, 8 p.m. You must be 21 years of age or older to attend events at the Vine. We will get you those tickets. Not now, so don't call. Not now. In just a little while here in the break room on CMF. A 36-year-old man and a 35-year-old woman made a mistake that is now going to haunt them last week at the Canadian border. The couple were driving on 190 out there in Buffalo, and they tried to get off to stay in Buffalo.
Yeah.
They accidentally and unknowingly crossed the international border into Canada.
Okay.
And there are a couple of spots on the border where you can do this. The problem, however, is you can't just turn around and come back to the States.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to go through the border.
Right.
And while trying to get back in the U.S., they were stopped by Customs and Border Protection,
All right.
who had a few questions.
Okay.
They tried to explain themselves, but the pair did not have the proper documentation to re-enter the country.
Right.
So because of that, their car was searched. And that's where this gets bad. Authorities say the pair had a gun, cocaine,
coke,
ecstasy,
Jesus,
and marijuana in the car.
Man.
Sounds like a hell of an afternoon in Buffalo.
That's a Miami trunk.
Miami trunk.
That's such a Miami trunk.
And the only reason it seems this pair were caught and arrested is because they made a wrong turn coming off an exit.
Okay.
It is insane that you can accidentally cross an international border. But in our area, it is way more common than you think. 2 people I know personally, it happened to.
Yeah.
It became a whole production for them. I would assume, Tommy, now it's a bigger issue with all the international stuff going on. Back in August, there were 2 stories in 1 week. A man who stole a car accidentally got onto the Peace Bridge in the stolen car. When he realized what he did, he tried to turn around, but Border Patrol chased him down. A few days after that, a 36-year-old man from West Virginia also made a wrong turn and ended up on the Peace Bridge. He made it into Canada.
Okay.
He turned around and tried to come back in, but again, he didn't have the right paperwork. When they searched his car, they found he had an illegal AR-15, a 9mm handgun, and multiple magazines. Even worse.
Anybody wonder where he was actually going?
Good question. Good question. I mean, it all worked out.
Yeah.
Because, Kimmy, even worse, they checked his background at the border. They discovered he had convictions that would have illegally kept him from owning a gun.
Oh.
And it seems there is one specific exit in Buffalo, right off the highway.
Yeah.
It's like a roundabout. Are you familiar with it?
I think so.
Because you can go into Niagara Falls, U.S., you can go to Fort Erie, which I believe is Canada.
Yeah.
Then it'll take you another way across the border. But if you go in the wrong roundabout, which is very easy to do, all of a sudden you're going to Canada, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, you can't turn around.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. They should have a quick turnaround lane, right?
Maybe not.
But
Maybe not. Maybe
this is all by design.
less Miami trunks running around.
I mean, it is weird you had 3 people that were doing illegal stuff.
2 were heavy duty, man.
But those are only the people we're hearing about. This could happen 15 times a day.
And not even people doing anything illegal, but just people like ending up in the wrong place. Like it's got to happen constantly.
Yeah. I'm with you. I mean, I would love to know daily how many accidental border crossings there are into Canada. Because it doesn't seem on the Canadian side you can make this mistake coming into the U.S.
Oh, all right.
At least around Niagara Falls. I can't think of where you would be like, oh, now
Yeah,
I'm
it's
going
pretty
to America.
straight shot in.
Right?
Yeah.
Whether it's Niagara Falls, whether it's
I guess once you get to that point, there's nowhere to turn around. So it would have to happen both ways,
but
right?
I mean, I'm saying like it's pretty marked. It's marked really well. You are going into the United States.
Yeah.
Whereas in the U.S., all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, I'm going into Canada. I almost made this mistake with a switchblade in my car when I was 18 in Detroit.
Can you bring a switchblade in?
No, you can't bring weapons across the border.
Nothing.
And I also didn't have my passport on me.
Oh.
So that would have been bad.
Yeah.
And luckily I found a way to turn around and nobody chased me.
Well, that's a good question too, because now with like the real ID, like if you are going that way and you don't have your passport, which I'm guessing if you weren't planning on it, you probably don't. they wouldn't just have you turn around?
Okay, so there's two.
Because they're not going to let you in without it.
So that's a good question. Now, I don't know if Canada lets you in with certain stuff and the States won't let you back in without it, 252 WCMF, or if these people went through a border crossing that didn't have security.
Yeah.
Because those do exist along the U.S.-Canadian border.
But those are out in the wilderness. That's like the Dakotas.
Are you sure there's not a border you can accidentally cross without a border crossing?
I think there is, but
near Buffalo.
Near Buffalo?
I thought there was one.
Oh, I always figured you had to be out there.
Going into Canada, not coming back into the States.
I can't imagine.
Look, I know it sounds crazy, but these stories keep happening.
Yeah.
So, like, they get into Canada somehow, and then they got to come back. Can I ask a stupid question?
Stupid up.
Okay, so I love the duty-free shop.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite things because I hate paying duty.
Nobody likes the duty.
No, who wants duty?
Right.
How long do I have to be in Canada where I can go to the duty-free shop and then come back with my stuff?
Well, I think you could pull into those ones right there.
Well, no, because you're not paying duty because you're crossing an international border.
All right, so how long do I have to be there?
Yeah, like can I just cross the border and come right back in?
I knew people that did that and went up there and got stuff.
Okay, but were they doing it legally?
I don't think so, but I'm going way back here.
Okay.
So I don't think they cared. Now maybe they do more.
My dad, one time when I was a kid, we went on a vacation up to this little cabin with his work buddies in Canada. And, there's X amount of alcohol you can buy before you have to pay the duty.
Yeah.
So my dad would always buy more alcohol than was allowed, thinking they would never search his car.
Yeah.
Well, one day they searched his car.
Oh, no.
Like, you want to talk about embarrassing. They pull his ass over. And luckily, all he had to
And
do
he's
was,
a cop.
All he had to do was pay the duty.
Right.
And they let him walk. And again, this was in like 1991.
Yeah.
But like, oh, no.
But they do make all that stuff look so enticing.
Well, yeah, it's a store, man.
No, but I mean, it looks like really cool. Like, I want to smoke when I go into this.
The amount of cigarettes.
They had them big old Marlboros.
5-foot Toblerone. Come on, man.
Come on.
252 WCMF. We're talking about accidentally crossing the border near Buffalo. It's one exit that seems to be giving people problems, and a couple was arrested after they accidentally crossed into Canada with ecstasy, marijuana, a gun, and cocaine allegedly in their car. Pete's on CMF. Hey, Petey. How are you, buddy?
Hey, good. So back when the Bills played Lions last year, me and my dad went up to that game, and we went through Lewiston. And the first thing I'll say is going from the U.S. side to the Canadian side, you're right. I mean, in that area, you can easily drive across the Canadian border because, I mean, it's just there's no signs. So anyway, so I had to get a new ID because my enhanced license was cracked. So I ordered a new ID, and when it came, I just assumed it was an enhanced license. And when they started talking about all the real ID stuff on the news for flying and everything, I went to look to see if I had that little mark on there for the enhanced, and all of a sudden they never sent me an enhanced license. I don't know how the hell I got across the border.
So they just let you back over?
Yeah, we went to Canada, into Detroit, and then back through Canada and into New York, and it was a regular ID.
Look at that.
And they didn't say nothing.
They didn't say nothing, and my dad, just like Pat's dad, abused the duty-free shop there.
How much did your old man spend at the duty-free?
I want to say like $300 on like Crown Royal.
Oh, Crown.
Well, bro,
that's a big old Crown.
Yeah, he does it every time he goes through Michigan, just so he has it stocked up.
I get it. That's Canadian syrup right there, buddy. Petey, thanks for the call, man. Have a good rest of the day. No, now I am confident that there is at least one spot you can cross without a border crossing, or at least there was, because a girl that I was dating did it.
I remember talking to somebody. I can't remember who it was. Somebody we know. And remember him saying, like, he didn't even realize he had crossed the border.
Yeah.
I think he was going to Detroit.
So, going back to this idea of having, like, a quick oopsie turnaround
lane,
right? Like, you stay in this lane, you made an obvious mistake, the U.S. Border Patrol asks you 2 questions, they send you on their way. Because the other thing that sucks about stuff like this,
what's that?
Getting stuck behind someone who is about to get arrested at the border.
Yeah.
Or if they're just going through all your crap. And
right?
everything. Yes.
Well, I mean, if it happens to you, look, nothing you can do. You got to sit there. Like, I've had that experience only after I met my wife for some reason.
Yeah.
But when you're stuck behind somebody, right, like it holds everybody up.
Oh, yeah.
They shut down all the lanes for a little while.
Oh, they do all the lanes.
So, yeah, it depends on how bad it gets. So, like, sometimes if they're just suspicious, they will tell you pull over in the side.
Yeah.
The extreme ones, they will send, like, the patrol agents and the dogs out.
Yeah, they ain't messing.
Yeah. And everything gets shut down, and you just say, do.
You're sitting, but you're also, like, kind of intensely watching what's going on. Like,
Unless you ain't got something you want to go do.
You're kind of getting a show.
I think it also depends on how long you've been waiting
Sure.
at the border.
Yeah, because don't forget, you just been driving for a couple hours.
Like that bridge coming over from Niagara Falls, right?
Going
towards America.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the same bridge.
Yeah.
Right? But like getting back into the States, that bridge can take hours.
Oh, yeah. If you catch it at the wrong time, yeah.
And if I get all the way up close and now I got to wait where they shut everything down, where they're checking, shut up. I don't care about the show. Larian! Larian, I'm from America! Larian! All right. We are looking out to make sure you don't get in trouble.
All right.
And a law that has existed for forever in New York,
Yeah.
that a lot of people don't know, cops are reminding folks about. And it's not that big a deal. But if you get pulled over and they want to,
Yeah.
they can write you a ticket.
Is this like a summer thing?
No, it's an all the time thing.
Oh.
Right? And, I mean, all you're trying to do is add a little extra flair to your ride, bro. We'll tell you what it is in just a second. But first, we got a pair of tickets to see Forever Seeger, Bob Seger cover band, June 7th, 8 p.m., courtesy of Del Lago Resort and Casino. You must be 21 years of age or older to attend events at the Vine. Tickets are on sale right now at DelLagoResort.com. We'll take the 8th caller, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Best of luck, Forever Seeger, from your friends here in the break room on CMF. This was huge for Kimmy and I's generation when we were in high school. But, Kimmy, there are still some folks our age that never let this go.
I guess not.
And it's against...
I hope it's not the same stuff.
It might be the same stuff. And it's against the law! We'll tell you what it is next. On CMF. this seems like no big deal.
What's that?
And maybe in reality it isn't. But it's against the law. And there are people listening right now in their cars who are breaking the law. And you may not even realize.
What are they doing?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. New York State troopers and police departments, sheriff's offices across the state are reminding people of something they've been seeing more lately.
Oh.
Anything that hangs from your rearview mirror is illegal.
Oh.
Anything at all. It is obstructed view. It is for your safety, and if a police officer wants to, they can write you a ticket or even pull you over if they see something hanging from your rearview mirror. Even something as simple as an air freshener, which is designed to go on your rearview mirror, is against the law.
All right.
So, just giving you the heads up.
Now, back in the day, like, everybody had all that crap. I never see it anymore.
All right, so Kimmy.
It still exists.
Well, the first thing you thought about when you saw this story.
Well, the first thing I thought was like this was huge when we were teenagers, especially guys, because after prom you'd get and I hope teenagers still don't do this, but the girls would have like the matching garter to their dress.
Going out with Mae West?
No, I mean, she's right. She's
like an old school garter?
Yeah, you don't
I don't
remember
know where that started, why we did that, but I hope Gen Z thinks that's like stupid.
So it got to the point where girls were getting like personalized garters.
Yeah. Oh, there were businesses making them and charging a fortune.
Really?
So like the charm on the garter would have like you or your date's name or like a photo of her on it. So like it's
a pretty creepy move.
It is. Looking back on it.
Okay,
16.
We were kids.
But you remove your garter, my dear.
So I remember like I couldn't.
Parents had to pay for that.
Yeah, mom and dad paid for it.
Yeah, go touch my daughter's leg.
I was invited. I was asked to be a date to a prom when I was a sophomore in high school, and I was pumped. Not because I was going to prom.
But
finally got
getting
one.
you some garter.
I got a garter.
Some car decor.
Exactly. So like I didn't have a car to drive for like another year and a half. But the first thing I did when I got that car was hang that garter because it lets you know that I touched the inside of a girl's leg one time.
But I remember everybody had all that stuff hanging. Like I remember my one friend had. It was like these crystal things that hung down, and when the sun hit it at a certain angle, everybody in the car was blinded.
Yeah.
Like it looked cool until like sunset.
So the other one I remember were those dream catchers people used to put on there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then graduation tassels.
Yep.
Would hang those up there.
You knew someone was super cool if they had the graduation tassel and the garter at the same time.
Yeah.
That's a full boat.
All right.
But yeah, like I kind of thought that was a teenage thing, and then we all let that go.
Yes, you should.
All right, Nick seems to have a problem with this.
What's Nick saying?
He writes us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get it. I'm going to do it in the voice that I assume he is writing it.
Yeah.
Okay? Does a flip side occur? Can you do a citizen's arrest on a cop for having all the hanging wires and the radios and stuff, 3 laptops, eating a 12-pack of donuts, swiping right on Tinder to pull someone over? For me, for hanging my dog tags, and I refuse to take them down. Then he asks, how about fuzzy dice? I would assume fuzzy dice, yes.
Yeah, they're huge.
Yeah. Against the law. You're breaking the law, Nick. You're going down.
I also know people that have like, security badges and stuff for work. They'll just probably
throw it up there.
Yeah, lasso it around.
I mean, look, I've never heard of anyone getting a ticket for this. But the story simply says, like this, they can write you. I mean, look, even in the story, I'm going to read you a quote from, this was Spectrum story, so it's a police officer they talked to. Quote, we don't want to be chasing around for that, but you are giving the officer a reason to stop you, talk to you, and warn you. They say that people think this is a money grab, but it's not. It's really about safety.
Okay.
Oh, you believe him, Tommy? It's about safety?
Money grab. I hate all that crap.
The stuff. Okay, I love how anything else you'd be like, it's a money grab, but because you agree with it.
You're junking up your car.
I don't want anything in my car but my ass.
You never had anything?
No.
Not even as a kid?
Probably when I was a kid, but I mean, as an adult with a car, no.
So you think any adult that
just
is
a trunk full of pornography?
Yes. So you're asking me?
Fuzzy dice on a 50-year-old guy's car?
I think you're a fool. I think you're the worst person there is.
Wow.
And I'm done with you.
I got nothing. My wife does not have fuzzy dice or anything. No, I was just asking because like the fuzzy dice are the skull boppers. Like
but that's like from the 50s,
yeah,
man.
that's why guys your age still like that stuff.
Yeah, but you're not in a high. I'll say this.
Okay.
If you're in a vintage sweet ride,
It
I
goes
get
with
it.
the theme.
But if you're in your, Honda,
The Hondas are the ones that have this stuff the most, man.
But that's not a hot rod from the 50s.
It's a modern hot rod, like those little Hondas that people like to soup up.
No, I'm saying you got to be old school. You got to look like you're riding around the 50s.
Okay, if it's not from my generation, then I'm
not even my generation.
Yeah, it looks like it is based on your face. 252 WCMF again. The state of New York is reminding people anything hanging from your rearview mirror is against the law. You can get a ticket for it. Even air fresheners, which are designed to go around. All right, Kimmy, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
I want to loop back around to the garter belt because, again, we don't know if kids still do this. I have not seen it.
No.
Okay. For our generation, at what age did that garter have to come down?
I mean, I would think like when you hit 25, it's way too
25? Yeah, no kidding. I was waiting to hear like 18.
Well, here's the thing. I'm thinking maybe at 25 is around the age like that first car starts to crap out. You got to get a new car. So maybe that's at that point is when you make the transition of taking everything down.
If you can leave, I'm sorry.
How about if it's all like the sun has bleached it out? It's been up there so long.
Well, let's hope it was the sun that bleached it out. No, man, if you are of legal drinking age and you still have a garter hanging from your rearview mirror, that's like borderline like you should be. The police should talk to you.
Yeah.
Because I'm not entirely.
They're going to check that trunk.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not entirely sure when you got that garter.
Yeah, that's too far of a separation of high school to adulthood. Yeah, if you're drinking, you're going to look like a fool.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I mean, did guys keep those garters like in like boxes?
Like forever?
Well, I don't know. Like you got like boxes of stuff from when you were a kid that are hanging around.
Yeah, but if it's anything sexual.
Is that sexual?
Well, it's right there, bro.
It's in the inside of a thigh. Watch out.
Bro, if your hand's right there.
Inside of a thigh. Check it out. I'm Tommy Inside Thighs.
All you need is a tush push and you scoring.
A tush push. Kimmy, do you think guys save those? Like to this day, grown-ass men?
What would you do with it?
Well, I mean, it's a memory, right?
Yeah, but it's a...
Yeah, I guess maybe if you have a keepsake box or something, maybe that's something you'd throw in there.
You pulled off an old girlfriend.
But
it's you're dredging a river.
But I guess I don't know why else you would keep
why would
it
you
other
keep
than
it?
just having high school memories.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let's say because you guys moved into your house however many years ago.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are still boxes in your basement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or in our parents' basement.
Okay, so let's say you're going through your parents. Your husband goes back to his mom or dad's house, right? He's got a box full of like pictures and like football stuff, baseball stuff, and in there is the garter from the girl he went to prom with. Is that bothering you?
No, because I understand.
It's got her name on it.
Sure, but
it's got a sketch of her naked. She's 18, so it's legal.
Okay.
No, she was 18 at the time.
Why did you make that weird?
I was trying to get you.
You made it. You did you pulled a Tommy.
I did. I was trying to make you uncomfortable,
you
but
were now
I
in the
turned,
Tommy hole. No, I mean I would understand why you'd have all those things, especially if it's something you don't look through that often.
I could say if it was at your parents' house, okay, you left it there. But if you transported it like from multiple houses, like it's like a keepsake, you keep moving. Like you haven't thought like, I should probably throw this out. That's weird.
Here's the thing. I think I would, if my parents' house got repossessed, so I lost all my memories. But if that didn't happen, I probably would still have mine.
Man, if I had one, my creepy old ass. Off of some that woman's probably dead.
Yeah, but yours was actually functional based on the time it was used. Holding up her stockings.
But I would understand why after having it that long, it would be harder to get rid of that stuff because that's you're even farther from those memories.
But I moved it. I kept bringing it with me. Like I would have had to move with it from Florida.
Well, yeah, but
cross state lines with it.
If it's just in a box,
right. You don't have it on display.
All right, so Kimmy would not be bothered by the garter in the box.
Yeah.
However, Brooke writes us on Instagram, again, Duffy on WCMF. I'm going to read it now that we're going to keep the theme going.
Right.
I'm going to read it in the way that I think she is saying it.
All right.
Brooke writes, I'd whoop my man if that was in his keepsake box. And I'm looking at a picture of Brooke right now. Yeah, she looks like she could do some whooping.
Okay.
I am very intimidated.
Sturdy gal?
No, not like that.
No,
She's got
sturdy.
No, she's got like that scary West Side Girl.
Oh,
look.
my gosh, she does.
See? Yeah, see? We all saw it. We all know this girl. We all went to high school with this girl.
She could kick some ass.
All right, let's take a break. All right, Brooke, I was just kidding. Please don't be mad at me. Please, Brooke, leave my family alone. All right. Nope, that's not the transition I was going to use. Now you got me.
Where do we go from here?
No, now you got me questioning what I'm going to say because
you say I didn't say anything weird. You did.
We are in the midst of our Sexiest Dad competition.
Yeah.
It kicked off yesterday, and if you're not familiar with it, we'll catch you up. Don't worry about it. However, our first submissions for WCMF's Sexiest Dad 2025 arrived yesterday. And the guys that got in early.
We got a range.
Kimmy, it's perfect.
Yep.
Because
it's a nice cross-section of dads.
This is not about being sexy. This is about projecting sexy.
Yeah.
And the only way to project sexy is to be confident while doing it. So maybe that gives dads that want this title and that fabulous prize a way to get a leg up. And we'll get into all of it next here in the break room on CMF. Oh, man, do we already have a battle.
What happened?
Our WCMF Sexiest Dad in Rochester contest, it's back.
Yeah.
And it's already a barn burner. And you got plenty of time to still get in. If you're waiting, that may actually be the best play right now.
All right.
Because something that our first dads that are posted have done may help you reach the pinnacle of your dad sexiness.
Of Dad Mountain?
I wouldn't say it like that.
All right.
I don't know if anyone wants to climb Dad Mountain. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So like I just said, our first batch of sexy dads are up at WCMF.com. And yesterday, we kicked off the 2025 Rochester Sexiest Dad competition. And if you still want to get in, do not worry. You can go to WCMF.com, submit your picture. Our panel of judges, including you listeners, will make the final decision. You have until, Kimmy, Friday, June 6th.
Hold on, let me double
Nope,
check.
I checked the website this morning.
Okay, Friday, June 6th.
Friday, June 6th at noon.
Yeah.
There was confusion about that yesterday. And we'll let you know when the voting starts. Right now, we're just taking submissions.
Yeah.
The winner, Tommy,
Yeah, what you get?
will take home a Swiss watch from our good friends at Heritage Jewelers valued at $500.
Swiss.
That's right. So, Tommy,
Yeah.
we have our first 5 dads on our website at WCMF.com. And by the way, if you entered it, don't see your picture up yet, do not worry. It has to be screened thanks to last year's unfortunate penis and crack pics that we got.
Yes.
But of the first batch, there are 3 dads that stand out.
Okay.
How these dads presented themselves. And they are 3 traditional sexy dad pictures.
What you got?
The first one is Peter. He's from Pittsford. He is a man in uniform.
Oh, okay.
He's got his firefighter's dress coat on.
Oh.
His hat on. Tommy, every woman loves a man in uniform.
So he's got like his dress outfit on.
You got it, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he'll fight a fire, but here he's going to a banquet.
Very dapper. All right.
Then you have Jim.
What's old Jimmy doing?
He's from Arkport, and he's gone straight country.
What do you do?
Well, he's in the front seat of his car.
Yeah.
His head tilted back. So you can see his strong jawline.
Yeah.
He's wearing a baseball cap.
All right.
A sleeveless flannel collared shirt.
Kind of like a Larry the Cable Guy look.
You got it.
All right.
And it's hard to tell, Tommy, if he's ready to go to a bar fight, fix a transmission on a Ford truck, or play C-Mac on Friday night.
All right. That's a man's man.
But my God,
Yeah.
the man who sold it the hardest.
What was that?
Sexy Gary's back.
So what's Gary got going on?
So for those who don't know Sexy Gary,
Yeah.
he has placed top 3 in the last 2 years.
Mhm.
Yes.
He's around Tommy's age.
Yeah.
Yep.
We talked to him last year.
Hmm.
He is unbelievably kind. He has an amazing backstory.
Yeah.
And everyone is always pulling for Sexy Gary. And this year, Sexy Gary brought it. In Sexy Gary's picture,
Yeah.
he is shirtless. He's wearing jeans and boots.
Sexy
Right.
Gary went from Hallmark Dad to a country song.
Oh.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
this is like OnlyFans quality
Yeah.
photo.
We did wonder, like, has he got something going on where he has, like, somebody taking these professional shirtless pictures?
So he's got boots and jeans,
Yeah.
no shirt. His six-pack is staring you right in the face.
So he's really built.
He is jacked
Like-
out of his mind.
Like a bodybuilder.
Oh, yeah, the guy looks amazing. He's on a farm, like
Okay.
some kind of country backyard.
Yeah.
He's got a cowboy hat pulled down over his eyes,
All right.
but he's got sunglasses on. That's how much he hates the sun. Not only does he have the sunglasses, but the hat's blocking the sun. He is then leaning back on a yellow dirt bike. It is
Bad.
brilliant. He looks like Dale Earnhardt if Dale Earnhart spent 5 hours at the gym every
Yeah.
single day. If you have not seen Sexy Gary's photo, I beg you right now,
That's shocking.
go to WCMF.com and soak in all of his glory.
Like, you know that guy's like 60 years old. It's pretty freaking amazing.
I love how Tommy doesn't know how
He's
to feel.
amazed, and he brings it up every time. How? How do you do that?
It's
How do you-
amazing.
Yeah.
To look like that at my age.
But like I feel like you're cheering for him because he's your age,
Well, yeah.
and you also hate him
Yeah.
because he's your age.
Oh, yeah. First of all, every guy hates a guy that looks like that at any age.
But he's so nice.
I know.
He's such a nice guy,
Yeah.
as far as we know, based on one
Right.
phone call. So, what we have in front of us
Yeah.
may give a leg up to the dads that haven't submitted pictures yet. Because you can argue, Tommy, sexy is all about confidence.
Well, it's charisma.
Yeah, okay, perfect. And the picture you submit as a sexy dad should be you in your most confident setting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Apparently,
And it looks different for everybody.
you're right.
Yeah.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Where are dads the most confident? Therefore, you should take the place you should take your sexy dad photos. Like if you were to think of a dad in his most shoulders back, chin up, I know what I'm doing situation. What is that situation?
Job site.
Oh.
Where that's what he identifies with.
Okay.
What he does for a living.
Okay, but
right?
you say job site. I think in your head you have like construction work.
More outdoorsy, but it could be any kind of job. But I think if you want the guy to look confident and relaxed, it's when he's at work.
I disagree because you've probably worked with guys. I've worked with guys who, when you see them outside of work and like in their most confident self, they could be a wildly different person.
Well, I always just figure it's it's who you are.
You're your most confident here?
Oh yeah.
You walk around out of this room, your shoulders are shrugged, you're like shrunk it down.
Yeah, but that's me at 65 years old.
No, but people think you have osteoporosis.
I do.
That's what I mean.
I take the pill for it.
I'm super confident and sexy. Check me out. Gary's the same age as I am. Oh, my back hurts.
But I'm more confident here than when I go home. I can't run my mouth at home.
Okay.
I can't say all
Like,
this.
I'm just
I can't say all
thinking-
this disgusting stuff.
I'm just thinking of guys who work like a more serious job, and then when they get out and they can finally be themselves, or put on that tie-dye T-shirt and go to a concert, like that is that dad's.
Right.
Like that's when he's in his zone.
But you're trying to project charisma.
Well, confidence,
And
like
confidence.
where you feel the most comfortable.
All right.
I guess maybe that's what it is.
All right.
Like for Sexy Gary, he feels the most comfortable in jeans with no shirt on, cowboy hat, leading on a dirt bike.
But that's his element. That's what he owns a farm, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know if he owns a
thought he
farm
said he did.
or if somebody who takes
Or he
his
just
professional
happens to be
pictures.
always at a farm.
Hey, he owns the triple rip.
No, those are his abs.
That's what I mean.
Oh, sorry. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Can I throw out
What?
a dad confident photo? And I'm serious when I say this. Would the sexiest photo a dad could take be behind the grill?
Okay, yeah. That could be one.
All right, right? Well, no, you don't sound like you don't sound confident in that. Every dad's confident behind a grill. Even if he doesn't know what he's doing, he thinks he knows what he's doing.
All right. I was just saying like his hobby, but grilling could be almost like a guy's hobby.
I mean, you could even make the same argument for yard work.
Yeah.
Right? Like every guy, even if his yard sucks, is confident in the yard work.
Yeah.
Like if your wife, your girlfriend, whoever, were to catch you in the middle of yard work, would that be a photo you would want?
On a riding lawnmower, shirtless, the beer in hand.
Jiggling.
All right, no.
I mean, you said it.
No, I didn't
Just
say
paint a
shirtless.
picture here.
You're the one that got weird this time. Shirtless dads on riding lawnmowers.
Side boob.
Mesh tank tops. So here's the thing.
What?
As we talk about, the Rochester Sexiest Dad competition and the first photos we've got, all that stuff, right? And projecting confidence. Women know how to look sexy.
Oh yeah, they practice it all the time.
Yes,
We know our angles.
No, seriously.
But this is what you do.
Faces, bodies. A woman, if you were to walk up to any woman and go, look sexy right now, which would be a weird thing to say, don't say that. But for the sake of argument, they can immediately just.
Yeah, they know the lighting. Yeah.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
We as men never learn that.
No.
If you walked up to
And we shouldn't.
Well, why?
He looks sexy for me right now.
It'd be like you always have like a go-to pose, like thumbs up or like peace sign.
No, but it's never. That's not sexy.
Make a muscle.
No.
This is.
Look at me over there. Some guy, Josh Allen in the end zone.
You're right. It is like when you ask a man to like
He
look
has to do-
sexy.
I feel like you have to do something with your hands for some reason.
Well,
Air guitar.
It's like putting socks on a cat. It's
Yeah.
just very air guitar. That's not sexy.
No, but some guys probably think that looks sexy, like you're a rock star.
No, but Kimmy's right. Something
Yeah.
with the hands
Yeah,
have
you
to
can't
happen.
just,
Peace
like-
side thumb.
yeah.
Pointing at you.
Like, okay,
They're the point. We know a guy.
We know a lot of guys.
all right, I'm going to be dead ass serious.
All right.
All right. No joke. If you're watching the live stream, WCMF.com, YouTube, Twitch, The Break Room, on WCMF on YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah.
Look sexy, go.
How's that?
You didn't even move. Your mouth was open.
Well, yeah, looking sexy.
How's that? How's that?
Is that Tommy doing his man voice?
How's that?
Like, we don't have it in us to be told,
No.
be sexy.
I'm not a sexy person.
Well, no, I know you're not a sexy person, but there are non-sexy women who can look sexy.
Yeah, but but they're built sexy.
No, what do you mean they're built sexy?
Women are built sexy.
She's built sexy.
Yeah, but you know I'm right, man.
Look at them boobs.
I mean, they're art. They're like livable art.
Oh, don't pander, you bitch ass.
Even the not so arty ones. I'm always surprised when a very plain Jane could like turn the switch. I'm telling you.
Okay, he's doing every '80s movie ever. Wow, she took her glasses off. Now she's a knockout. Oh man, and we got to save the teen center for the rich kids.
Yeah, I think growing up, women get more self-conscious about what they look like, like they'll see a picture of themselves of like, why do I look like that? And then you adjust throughout life. Like you figure out how to pose, what looks good, what your good side is.
If your husband,
whereas like I don't think you guys analyze your photos as much.
So if your husband takes a photo of you, like as a group shot, do you demand to see it?
Yep.
No, you don't. Really?
Well, have you ever seen the photos that my husband takes of me? It's usually when I'm sleeping or like or eating something. Like,
every woman I've ever dated.
That is usually what he takes of me. Like that has to be 90% of the photos taken by my husband is like me doing something embarrassing.
But even like if my wife has her girlfriends over, she wants a group shot. No, let me see it first. And then they'll like rearrange themselves like 4 times.
Yeah, no, you're right. If you take a picture of a guy and he goes, let me see it first. That guy sounds like a bitch.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. What are you worried about?
All right, 252 WCMF. We got some submissions, at least ideas for where guys can look their most confident, therefore they're most sexy. We'll get to that in a sec. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Charlie. Hey, Charlie, how are you, buddy?
First of all, hey, thank you very much for taking my call.
Hey, Charlie, we're glad you're here.
So I've heard of Rochester. I live in California.
Okay.
And I just went to YouTube and I just typed in live shows.
So we talked to you. Yeah, we talked to you yesterday, and you asked us to describe our show to you like we were like a part of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Okay. Can I just say that I know that Kimmy's married, but I look at the word infatuation. I look at the word.
Oh boy.
Beautiful. I look at the
Charlie,
word.
you're not
boy, Charlie.
Charlie, you're listening to the wrong show.
Charlie, did you have a comment about what we're talking about?
No, you know what? I listened to Charlie talk about how beautiful infatuation even. So Charlie's got an eye problem.
Wait, hold on. Seriously? That's a horrible thing to say.
About your eyes or about Kimmy?
Charlie, you definitely have not listened to this show long enough, my friend.
No, she's gorgeous. No, she's gorgeous.
Okay, all right.
No, she's doing it for all of us, Charlie.
You're making me uncomfortable, so what do you want to say, Charlie?
Charlie's on fire.
You know what? I guess I don't have anything to say. I just think you're beautiful. You're a beautiful woman.
Thank you, Charlie.
Charlie, great call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, so just to do a sidebar real quick.
Why did he screw it up twice?
Because Charlie does not. He came back after we killed him.
Yeah.
Yesterday around like 6:20, Charlie called the show, and you just heard him say it. Our YouTube stream that you can watch. He just found us.
Yeah.
He was searching live shows, right, and popped in. So he called our show yesterday, and he goes, "I've never watched you. What's your show all about?"
Mm-hmm. We were like auditioning for Charlie.
Which is interesting.
Describe your show.
Yes, he said describe your show, which is funny because you could just keep watching the show.
Yes.
So then he got mad at us because I called him Chucky.
Yeah.
And then I called him Charles, and he was bothered.
And he
by
kept
that.
saying, "Don't hang up on me."
Yeah, don't hang up on me. I'm a nice guy.
Yes.
Yeah, it was just like, don't hang up on me. I'm a nice guy. So, all right, look, we understand people make mistakes, right? It can be intimidating to be on the radio.
Sure.
So, Kimmy, we give him a second chance.
Yeah.
And he just
goes,
goes,
no, I want to talk about the topic this time.
Yeah, the topic being Kimmy, infatuated with Kimmy.
You so fine.
That was so uncomfortable.
Yep.
That there's no woman that looks good enough where you're still looking good.
Let's hope that was the last we hear from Charlie.
Oh, no, you're going to hear from him again.
Yeah, I mean, look, after we killed him yesterday, the whole show.
We have a buddy now. A California buddy.
California Charlie.
Look at that. Look at all the pretty gals in California, and he picked you.
Yeah, look at that.
That's the home of Farrah Fawcett.
Lucky me.
Pam Anderson. And you made the cut. You made the Charlie cut.
252 WCMF. All right, we were talking about where a sexy dad, could look the sexiest, where he is his most confident. I argued doing yard work.
Yeah.
I argued behind a grill. You had argued at work. All good options.
Yeah.
Crazy Brooke is back. The one that was threatening to hurt her boyfriend.
I wouldn't call her crazy.
I mean, look, she has to know. She says a boat. Dudes on boats are always confident. Thoughts?
Oh, yeah. If you have like a motorcycle, any kind of cool toy.
Which they call the boat of the land.
Yes, a land boat. Anything cool. If you got a Harley, you got a nice boat.
All right. Can I
a nice car.
Can I time out?
What?
All right. The motorcycle, fine. The car, fine.
Yeah.
I don't think dads look as sexy on boats as they
Are you
think they
kidding
do,
me?
bro.
Because
Everybody wants. When you have a boat, it says you're doing all right.
No, but
yeah,
that's
but I
not-
also assume that guy wants to be called captain.
You can call him
Cut
Cappy
out.
or Skipper.
Cappy Cap.
He's definitely going to have a captain's hat on in the picture to show that it's his boat.
If I had a boat, I think that's the way I would go.
That you would post, but you're just anticipating that person having you think that they're going to want you because you have money.
And they also want to go out on your boat.
Okay, but we're talking sexy because
I think a boat is a sexy craft.
bro, every dad on a boat.
Sexy craft.
Well, you can't have that junk tub your old man was trying to get around
Junk tub.
Lake Puke.
I didn't know my mom was out on a boat with him. The old junk tub, boater garage.
Did you just do that to your mom?
No, your mom. I said your mom.
You said my mom.
No, did I say my mom?
Yeah,
I said your mom. No, my mom was on a junk tub. My mom was on a junk tub.
No, but if you've got a nice little runabout, I think
So
that's
it has
sexy.
to be a certain level of boat. Because we could get a lot of guys just like with their casual like fishing boats taking them out, like just the.
All right, let's say you get a party boat, a pontoon
Two-seater.
party boat, like
Yeah.
party boat Mark.
Party
I mean, you can look like you're a fun guy, like you know.
Okay, party boat says fun guy, but party boat also screams I have too much fun guy.
Okay. Past the fun and the idea of what
Yeah.
you're sending out, I want you to look at every picture a dad has taken on a boat in the history of
Yeah.
mankind. They're always wearing just a little too less clothing than they should be.
Well, you're boating around.
But that's not sexy. You got your flabby arm hanging out of a tank top that says like USA 84 on the front of it.
What if I'm holding I got party boat,
Okay.
cigar,
All right.
cocktail? I look like party guy,
Bro, I see you every picture you take
and I
back.
smell like cigars.
Okay.
Listen, we went through a lot of your photos last year
Yeah.
for your I don't even know what to call it. Your
My
Tommy
roast.
tribute at Three Heads.
Yeah. You guys went way back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we
that
did.
was all Kimmy's work.
Yeah, we did.
None of them were
And?
sexy.
I'm gonna say if Tinder was a thing when you were a young man, you probably would not have had much success.
So you say I was uneffable throughout my life. There wasn't a time in my life.
Do you want me to be mean right now, or do you want me to make you feel better?
You've never done that, so let's go with the other. I was never effable. Ever.
You weren't my type.
Wait, even if he was trying to sound manly when he was talking to you?
What would that sound like?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to remember what Tommy's manly voice sounded like.
Well, sounds like this.
We got a ton of people reaching out to us. Again, the kickoff of our 2025 WCMF Rochester Sexiest Dad Contest was yesterday. You can submit your photos at WCMF.com. You've got until Friday, June 6th at noon to do so. And we got our first batch of dads. Again, if you went to the website and your picture is not up, it's okay. It's just got to get through our screening process so we don't have any more pictures of penises and cracks like we have in the last couple of years. But we're talking about the three guys that stand out because they look the most confident. One guy who's a firefighter in uniform. One guy who's in his truck with no sleeves on his flannel shirt because his chest is cold, but his arms are sweaty. And then Sexy Gary brought the effing heat. Shirtless, abs out, leaning on a dirt bike. So Andrea reaches out to us on Twitter at WCMF Break Room. You did a sexy look a second ago.
Yeah.
She asked, was that Tommy's sexy paralyzed after a stroke look? Chris writes us, we just talked to Charles.
Yeah.
That got creepy. He says, now we know what Charles is using the break room cam for. West Coast Ben writes us on Instagram at Duffy on WCMF. Charlie doesn't rep the West Coast, by the way. What a creeper. Now we got a turf war in the break room. Okay. There was one more thing I want you to consider when you're taking your sexiest dad photos to submit them at WCMF.com.
What's that?
Well, you brought up drink, cigar.
Yeah.
Props is something to consider because there is another dad who is up currently at WCMF.com that might be trying to game the system.
What's that?
His name is Kyle.
Coil.
He's from Honeywell Falls.
Yeah.
He's wearing a Bills hoodie,
All right.
standard dad wear. He's in what looks to be his living room, but he's holding a puppy.
Oh.
Cute-ass
That's a
puppy.
good move.
Yeah,
Also
puppy's
a
number
good
one.
move.
Is that a good move?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm going to argue it's not.
Guys
Why?
with there's a whole Instagram page to men with puppies.
Okay, but all of those men have their shirts off and they
That's
look like
true.
sexy
That is
Gary.
also true.
Everyone loves a puppy.
Yeah.
Right? But there's an old saying in show business, Tommy.
Go ahead.
Never work with animals or children because they'll always outshine you.
All right.
And look, I could be wrong, but I think posing with a puppy hurts your sexiness, does not enhance your sexiness.
No, you might get all the dog lovers out there.
Okay.
What if you just like walking the dog?
Yeah.
Stand
Think
or
how much attention you get from that.
Yeah, but that's in person. We're talking about a photo, a still moment
Yeah.
in time. Right? Yeah, because if you were walking past the front yard and sexy Gary was shirtless in a cowboy hat leaning on a dirt bike, that wouldn't be sexy in real life.
Right.
Ma'am. Like, you'd call the cops for that.
Yeah, you probably would.
But it works for the photo.
What if you were like behind like a bar making a drink?
Oh.
Like your romance get the home bar now.
Yep,
right?
and he has photos of him behind his bar.
Right, so like you're over there, like you're hosting.
Okay, can I just...
I would think that's a good shot.
That is a good idea. Why do you sound frustrated that he takes photos of himself?
Oh no, I'm just thinking most photos taken of my dad are him with a drink in his hand or him making a drink.
Well, no, you were talking about her husband.
Yeah, but
Oh, I thought you were talking about my dad.
no, but both your old men.
Yeah.
Both your old men.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Rose.
I'm gonna guess the firefighter thing works better.
Well,
for him
firefighter,
than,
but like
than the bar thing.
My husband is a firefighter, so Charlie.
You would understand.
I would
so
lead
Charlie,
with-
don't even think about it.
I would lead with that for sure.
Lead with firefighter.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, guys. Again, WCMF.com, a $500 watch, Swiss watch, from our friends at Heritage Jewelers, up for grabs. You have until June 6th, Friday, June 6th, at noon to submit, and we will let you know when you can start voting. Again, if you have not yet, I beg you to go to WCMF.com, see what these guys are doing, because they're all nailing it.
Oh, yeah.
They're all nailing it. And here's the thing. They're putting themselves out there.
Yeah, they are.
And they're doing it, and we're proud of you guys. Be confident.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take a break. I think, remember when the South said they were going to do it again?
Yeah.
I think they might be doing it again.
Really?
Not in the terrible way that started.
More like the Charlie Daniels one?
No. In the beverage way.
Oh.
Because the only way that this has climbed up the ranks as fast as it has is they are now dominating this purchasing area.
Oh.
I'll explain next here in the break room. Let's see you, Beth. This is not good for one major American company.
Uh-oh.
But it also may indicate where people are buying this more now.
Oh, we shifted?
Well, look, I mean, one of these is most popular traditionally in one part of the country. And even the way they advertise it, you can tell that's still who they're shooting for.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. In this week's issue of Beverage Digest. Which
I love that.
We read that religiously here in the break room. They break down the most popular soda brands based on their sales in the last 12 months.
All right.
So number one was
Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola, as usual, takes the top spot. Number two was
Pepsi-Cola.
No.
What?
No.
No Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola has fallen, and they've fallen hard. Number two was Dr. Pepper.
Well, they do advertise like crazy.
They really do.
Like
That's
college football. It's like every ad.
Why college football, Tommy?
Kids.
No.
What, old men?
Southerners.
Oh, Southern, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
So, I mean, living in the South of Mason.
It's religion, man.
Yes, Dr. Pepper, well, not only football, but Dr.
Yeah.
Pepper far more popular in the southern states traditionally than it has been in the northern states. So the fact that it has jumped the way that it has means one of two things. Either A, more folks up in the Union states are drinking Dr. Pepper, which could be possible, but Kimmy, I don't see people walking around with Dr. Peppers in their hands all the time.
I don't see it that often.
Or two, the bulk of soda purchasing is now happening in the South.
Oh, could be. Because they're always been big soda drinkers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Coke is from Atlanta.
Yeah, no, you're right.
So, I mean, it's got heritage.
You're absolutely right. So here's the thing. I am curious, over the last year or two, there have been what they're calling like alternate sodas being sold, those poppies.
Yeah,
and,
like I guess, they're being marketed as a healthier option. I have no idea if they actually are or not.
So I'm curious if those have caught in the South like they've caught up north here. Because I'll be honest with you now, and I'm just basing this on like my teenage daughters and like their friends and stuff. You're just as likely to see them drinking like a Poppy or one of those sodas as like a Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, Dr. Pepper.
Looking for something different.
Okay.
And like if we go traditionally based on like where the healthiest states are metrics-wise, I mean, soda isn't the healthiest thing to drink.
No.
And the southern states are traditionally the least healthy.
And the South loves sugar in everything they eat.
So does that mean then we are drinking more Dr. Pepper? Or the bulk of the soda drinking has shifted to Alabama, Arkansas, Mississippi,
I bet you
South
it's
Carolina?
South.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I gave you one Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
I gave you two Dr. Pepper. In third came...
I'm trying to think of who would be left. I like the big guys.
Well, I mean, there's still one that you haven't... I mean, you said it, but it could still be...
What?
It's not Pepsi. Pepsi fell to fourth.
Wow.
They were overtaken by Sprite.
That's what I was just going to say.
Well, Sprite's part of
Sorry,
Coke.
Kimmy, I should have... yes.
But Sprite's Coke.
What is Dr. Pepper?
Well, I mean...
They're owned by somebody.
Oh, I thought they were their own thing.
No.
Oh, they're probably some big, conglomerate.
Kimmy, can you Google which company owns Dr. Pepper? Thank you.
Didn't some big company in Europe buy a bunch
Sprite?
of it?
Company owns.
No, I want Dr. Pepper. Yeah, because Sprite's owned by Coca-Cola. Pepsi-Cola? Coca-Cola.
No, Coke.
Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because I thought Coca-Cola owned Dr. Pepper. But I could be wrong.
Oh, maybe.
Jab?
Jab?
JAB.
All right, I guess I'm wrong.
Holding company?
Yeah, it's probably some
Sounds
big,
like a band from the 70s that we play on Sundays.
the holding company.
JB and the holding company.
It's a German company.
You were right. You nailed it. The Germans are making our Dr. Pepper?
No, they just bought it all.
Does the Kaiser know about that? Yeah, so Pepsi-Cola fell all the way to fourth, which is like devastating because they've been 1 and 2 for decades and decades and decades.
Yeah, they were big in NASCAR, too.
Pepsi-Cola was?
Yeah.
Really?
I think Pepsi-Cola has a race.
Do they? Oh, Pepsi-Cola 500?
You're thinking Coca-Cola 400.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
No,
They run-
Pepsi-Cola 600.
Pepsi-Cola, they run that in Germany now? It's called the Pepsi-Cola 500!
Your race now!
Remember yesterday we were talking about ginger ale?
Yeah.
And how only...
Yeah, where does that? That'd be like Canada Dry, right?
So, yes, the Canada Dry ginger ale is the only ginger ale that makes the top 10, and it is in number 10, although...
Oh, my God. So they're like Jacksonville.
They have increased their numbers by 8% financially this year.
All right.
So more people are drinking ginger ale.
All right.
How about that?
So everybody's got a fever.
252
Or strep.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Cody. Hey, Cody.
My name's Checkos, and
Oh, we lost him on his bitch voice. Hold on, Cody, hold on. You got to start over again, buddy. Go ahead. Cody, you got to start over.
My name's Chuckles, and I'm going to hit on a radio station thousands of miles away because I'm sad, lonely, don't know how radio works, and I'm going to hit on a little block because I'm just a bitch-ass bitch.
Oh, let's not hurt Charlie. He doesn't really
Yeah, we don't even know the guy
He
yet.
could be a nice guy, just really weird.
He's got it growing on me.
Yeah, of course, after that. Oh, what were you going to say, Cody? I'm sorry.
So Dr. Pepper's under Keurig?
Keurig? Is that what you said, Cody?
You're breaking.
Yeah,
Cody, get a new phone, buddy. You're
your phone's
killing me
breaking
here.
up on us, Cody.
Dr. Pepper and Keurig are under the same umbrella.
Oh,
the coffee cup.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
Right.
You've got Keurig, 7-Up.
Man, don't confuse those.
Hawaiian Punch.
Hawaii,
Oh,
wait,
man, I haven't
they
even
still make
thought
that?
about Hawaiian
I love
Punch in
Hawaiian
years.
Punch, man.
Where do you buy it?
I don't know. The Tops, I think. Big Top still carries it.
Yeah, you can buy Hawaiian Punch anywhere.
One of the most violent kids ads ever.
Bro, you want a punch?
He slug a guy in the sucker punch him in the face.
Man, I remember when I was a kid, this is why I ended up the way that I was.
Right.
I would get off the bus in like elementary school. I would have a giant muffin from Wegmans and a tall glass of that green Hawaiian Punch, and
Oh
it was
my
the
God.
greatest combination of all time. Also, it cost me a toe.
I mean, that whole combination is probably why they've gotten so big. Is they've got a lot of stuff, and Keurig is such a big thing now. And I'm in the hills of Wyoming County. That's why my phone's a little antsy today.
All right, well, get back to your hills, Cody. Thanks
Yeah.
for the call, buddy. Have a good rest
I
of
will.
the day. All right. Paul writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Dr. Pepper is the mother effer of all sodas. You can even use it to make ribs. Ugh.
I think he's right.
Yeah,
know
I've seen people use it to cook.
I think people do. You put Coke on it, and marinate them.
No, the Coke I get.
It breaks it down, I guess.
Would the ribs taste like Dr. Pepper, though?
That's the problem.
Ah. Okay, you know what I want?
Yeah, what?
Cough medicine a little pulled back. I don't get.
I don't even
Also, Kimmy's dad will be bothered by this.
What?
Mountain Dew.
Oh, yeah, he's a big Dew
Yeah,
guy.
he is.
Yeah, he's ready to do the Dew. It seems it's taken a major hit as well. It's all the way down to 6. The Diet Coke topped Mountain Dew this year.
Oh.
Well,
All right, so, if we want to keep our northern supremacy,
Yep.
get back to drinking Pepsi-Cola. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here on CMF. wrap a room?
They always remember.
For Wednesday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, yeah, we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. Also, do not forget, it is open, 2025. Rochester's Sexiest Dad, brought to you by WCMF and our friends at Heritage Jewelers. A $500 Swiss watch from our friends over at Heritage. You can submit your photos right now at WCMF.com. You have until Friday, June 6th at noon to do so. And if you have not yet, I'm begging you, please go to WCMF.com.
Yeah. More at it every day.
And if you're not going to enter, at least go look at what they got going on, because these guys are crushing it.
Enjoy the show.
Yeah, don't be mean.
What?
Don't be a mean person.
No, enjoy the show.
No, I'm proud of these guys. They're hanging it out there.
I am too.
Some more than others. A lot of hanging. We got to get out of the way. Jolene is on her way in. Jolene. What are you sleepy?
What? No, you did it to me last week.
What did I do? What, that doesn't sound like me at all.
It sounded just like you.
Oh, I guess you're right. Jolene's got her 10 at 10 coming in.
Bless her heart.
10 straight songs, all picked just for you, whoever is listening right now. Yeah, she was thinking of you when you did it. All right, for Kimmy, who's got herself a little crush.
Oh, yeah. West Coast crush.
No, thank you. I'm good.
For Tommy Muley.
I guess I'm picturing that guy looking like a really homely Ronald Reagan.
Why?
Sitting up in his loft.
He didn't sound like him. Like, what would Ronald Reagan sound like complimenting Kimmy?
On the CMF site right now, and Mommy and I are taking it out, and she's quite fetching.
Oh.
What a fine lass.
Oh.
Well, that's what Ronald Reagan would say.
No, he wouldn't.
Yes, he would. He got horny.
Oh, right. They call him Horny Ron. My name's Pat Duffy.
We did this to ourselves.
Yeah. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WC.